Good morning, everyone. And those that are currently strapping in their seatbelts and getting the seat up. Oh, wow. We are some busy bees today. That's what I can tell you. So we have this trial, then we're going to head over to Nevada. So we're going to start off in Florida. Then we're going to head over to Nevada, and then we'll wrap up day 2 in here, where I'm at, right here in Arizona. Interesting. Yeah, so we have I just want to make sure that we have okay. So just so y'all know, so our case in Florida with the parents trial, the orphan parents trial, it looks like that we will be hearing from the ME today. After we hear from the ME today, it's to my understanding that the state is going to rest. The defense does not have a case. I'm not sure if he's going to testify, but if they do have a case, that's the only person that they have. The judge did tell the jury that they will have the case most likely tomorrow morning before lunch. So that's the update on in regards to that case. I'm assuming that the state is going to rest in a Nevada case today. With our girl Devin Michaels, aka Nikki, aka whatever her name is, Tracy, all her AKAs. So I think the state is supposed to rest in her case today. I thought they were going to rest yesterday, but they didn't. So, but I think that they will rest, today. I don't know if the defense is putting on a case or not in our Nevada case. Not sure. I don't know what kind of defense they can put on because I don't know if there's anything that she could say. I don't think I want her to say anything because I don't think there's nothing she can say, guys. Me personally, I don't think there's nothing that she can say. So I don't think I want her to say anything, if that makes sense. Let me go in here and update some stuff here. Give me 1 second. I'm sure we have bingo for this one, right? Oh yeah, we got bingo for this one. Let me drop the link for the bingo cards in here for you, just in case anybody was playing yesterday. They can continue to play. Click on the link and continue to get their card. Yes, we have bingo with this one. I am getting it set up just in case. Okay. Okay. So we had that. So I also wanted to kind of let you guys know that we do have y'all be careful with y'all I want everybody to be careful when they hey Hellcat. Good morning. Okay, let me post this on here. I'm trying to get better at doing my posts on the social media platforms, y'all. I'm not gonna say that I'm not great with it, but I be trying. I have way too many windows open. Let me see here. Oh, wait a minute. They did start court, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. They did have some stuff going on in court today. They must be on break right now. That's why I looked that way. I'm sorry. Let me show y'all. I just happened to go back and was like, well, let me see what's the delay. They must be on the break. So at least we'll be able to see what happened this earlier today.
Do each of you have a proposed packet in front of you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, and this is from the email that Ms. Frablin sent yesterday. But I have it open to make any edits.
Great, let's take a look at it. Introduction to final instructions. We'll go page by page. Any objection to this by either side?
No objection, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
3.2, now let me just remind, just so Mr. Tower understands. We're having this jury instruction, we call it a charge conference. We're having this early because time allows us to have this discussion. This doesn't mean these are permanent. There could be changes that happen based on the additional evidence presented. For example, once the state closes their case in chief, your attorney will make arguments. So we haven't had motions yet. So this is an early look at jury instructions, Mr. Tower. This isn't a final discussion. We'll have another discussion once we've closed all the evidence before we were to read this to the jurors, okay?
Your Honor, just a question. Do you prefer like page numbers?
No, I don't need page numbers. Does the defense have any preference? My preference would be not to do page numbers.
I would not like them either.
Okay.
All right, next is statement of charges. Again, in this case, we had the defendant was indicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder. I granted the state's motion to consolidate those 2 counts with the fleeing to elude. Because he was indicted with first-degree murder, the second-degree murder charges that were initially filed were declined. I think there was a written order to that effect, not order, but motion by this memo by the state. Is that right, Emily? Did Ms. Frabley bring something over to you on Wednesday on the second-degree murder charges?
Yes, but I believe there needs to be further clarification.
Further clarification, okay. So these...
Oh, wait, it was clarified, yes.
It was clarified. All right, so these appear to me to be the statement of the charges that the court allowed to go forward on. Count 1 is murder in the first degree. The state identified Mr. Gilman to make 1 and 2 unique. They put in the alleged victim.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that that's appropriate. Do you have any objection to that?
I do not.
And then count 3 is fleeing to elude. They also inserted here to identify it, siren and lights activated. Again, we'll get to that later, but they're lesser included. So I think that's appropriate. Any objection to the statement of charges page?
No, Your Honor.
All right, next we have 7.1, introduction to homicide. Unless expressly waived by both parties, this must be read in all homicide cases. I've reviewed it. The state just inserted the correct pronouns. They do have, Mr. Gilman, both lesser included counts of murder in the second degree and manslaughter inserted. And they have the defendant's name, Dima Tower, inserted as well. It appears to me, as I went through it and compared it to our Supreme Court version, that it's legally accurate. Do either side have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, next we have 7.2. This is the instruction on murder first degree. It has the statute number. I have compared this to the Supreme Court version. It appears to be legally accurate. It has the defendant's and the defendant and alleged victim's names. Now, they're all capitalized. The state has been consistent throughout doing that. Is there any objection by either side to that, to capitalizing the names? I think it's usually done. I can't think of any prejudice to capitalizing the name. It's not in any way.
I don't think I have any objection to it, Your Honor.
I don't from the state.
All right, any objection to this instruction as it relates? So this is count 1. This is with Jennifer Tower as the alleged victim.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, count 2, it's the same exact instruction, except if you look at element 1 and 3, instead of Jennifer Tower, it now has Robbie Tower, which is consistent with the state's indictment that Robbie Tower is the victim, alleged victim in count 2. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Next is 28.7. Again, I did already compare these to our Supreme Court version. I found no mistake in this either. Names are capitalized. The defendant's name is inserted. There's no victim name here. It has the definitions. It has the 3 elements correctly outlined. Any objection to this by either side?
No, Your Honor. The only issue is there is I don't know if you want to take the brackets out of the vehicle definition.
I definitely think we should. I missed that. Yeah. Thank you for catching that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's address the lesser included crimes to count 1. They are murder in the second degree and manslaughter. Are either side requesting those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's appropriate to include these. The state appropriately did here. So we have murder in the second degree and manslaughter. For fleeing to elude, the 2 lesser includeds in the definition are fleeing to elude without sirens and lights and reckless driving. Are either side requesting either of those?
No, Your Honor.
State?
So defense is not requesting any lesser included for
The fleeing to elude?
the fleeing to elude?
Correct.
Okay. We'll request the felony fleeing to elude.
Okay. So you want to make the argument that there were no lights and sirens activated. Okay, let's keep in fleeing to elude without lights and sirens. Both sides agree not to have reckless driving. State defense?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll remove reckless driving. All right, so we now have the definition. So we're now going to get into the lesser includeds. The state did one, which is probably appropriate for each count 1 and count 2. So the first one is murder, second degree. They inserted victim Jennifer Tower. So this is the lesser included for count 1. I compared it to the standard instruction. It's legally accurate. The portion that's in the standard instruction that the state is not included is the whole discussion on negligence. Do both sides agree that does not apply?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I agree as well. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
I think it's legally accurate. Again, I compared it to the Supreme Court version, and it is the same. All right, next we're still on count 1 now. The lesser included crime is manslaughter. They inserted victim Jennifer Tower again. It shows to the jury that this is still count 1. It has the 2 elements. Again, I compared this to the book. It is accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're now moving to count 2. This says victim Robbie Tower. Count 2, 2 first-degree murder is second-degree murder. It's the same instruction as the lesser included is to count 1, although instead of Jennifer Tower, we have Robbie Tower inserted. Any objection by either side to this?
No, Your Honor.
State?
No.
Okay, we also have the manslaughter instruction for count 2. This is the victim Robbie Tower. They inserted the defendant's name, victim's name. Otherwise, it's the same instruction. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we have the lesser included for fleeing to elude, which is fleeing to elude. Any objection? Oh, we need to do what Mr. Gilman pointed out before. You still have the bracketed part in the vehicle definition. Can you remove that?
Yes.
Once that's done, any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
All right, reckless driving will be removed. Good morning, Ms. Frabling. All right, next in my packet is 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. This appears to be the old version. We need to get the updated version, 2025. The only difference is that in the paragraph that begins, a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. That paragraph has changed, and that paragraph now begins, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. Are you able to get the updated version?
Yes.
Other than that, it's the same. All right, once that change is made, is there any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll give you a moment, Ms. Whipple. Let me know when you've finished that.
Right.
Okay, next I have 3.9, weighing the evidence. Okay, we have 1 through 5 that are given in all cases. So what we don't have is 6 through 10. So let me just read them out loud and let's see if we think so far any apply or if you can anticipate perhaps. Number 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify?
I would not think that applies.
State?
Agrees.
All right. Did you say agrees?
Agrees, yes.
Okay.
I
All right, so right now we think 6 does not apply. 7, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony?
I do not anticipate that testimony either.
No, it doesn't apply, Your Honor.
Okay. 8, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? I don't think we've had impeachment so far. We'll see how it plays out. I think we have, we'll see how the rest of the trial plays out. But so far we agree it wouldn't apply.
Correct.
All right. 9, has the witness been convicted of a felony or a crime of dishonesty? There's been none of that so far. We'll see if that changes for the remainder of the trial. 10, does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness? There's been no testimony related to that. So far I would agree that 6 through 10 don't apply. We'll have to readdress this at the end of the evidence. All right, whether the state has met its burden remains in. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement, we give in all cases. Expert witnesses can remain in. We didn't have any accomplice or informant, so that was correctly not included. There's been no child witness. We'll wait to see if Mr. Tower testifies, whether or not to include that or exclude it. Proper for a witness to talk to the lawyers and relying upon your own testimony. So this appears to me to be legally accurate right now. The only issue is when we find whether or not Mr. Tower testifies, we'll address that. The next one, 3.9a, defendant not testifying. We'll wait to see what Mr. Tower chooses to do. 3.9b, defendant's statements. We have that here. We have a statement that was played to the jury yesterday. This is something the jury should take into consideration, this instruction. I've compared it to the Supreme Court version. This appears to me to be legally accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
No.
3.10, rules for deliberation. All of them are included except the jurors talking about questions they asked. Of course, they didn't in this trial. So this appears to me to be legally accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Cautionary instruction is legally accurate. I will read that, of course. 3.12a, we have single defendant, multiple counts. Can you get rid of and informations in the title portion there?
I just called it charging documents.
Can we just get rid of it?
Yeah.
I think single defendant, multiple counts is the issue that the jury, we're honing them in on here.
Thank you.
So let's see, you have a separate crime is charged in each count of the charging. Can you make that singular document? I granted a motion to consolidate, so we don't need them to be thinking that we have an information and an indictment. I think that's irrelevant.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we do need them to know that there's multiple counts and they need to consider them separately. So let's see. A separate crime is charged in each count of the charging document. You're getting rid of the S. And although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. This now appears to be legally accurate to me. Any objection once we remove and informations and the S in documents?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Whipple, were you able to make those changes?
Yes,
All right, the verdict instruction 3.12 seems appropriate. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, verdict looks good to me as well, that the state listed, I think, appropriately consistent with the jury instructions. They listed the alleged victim to identify the difference between count 1 and 2. They have the lesser included. It's perfectly lined up. There's nothing italicized or drawing attention to anyone in particular. Guilty and not guilty are not capitalized throughout.
Count 3.
Your Honor, I did for count 3 that this isn't my intersection. Initially, there wasn't the lesser included, but can I talk with Ms. Grayling for a second?
Sure, about whether you want the reckless or...
There's something that has to be changed about the title. It's called fleeing to elude. I have attempting, and that has to be removed. Defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude a law, or what happened? Did we?
So earlier when we were going through potential lessers,
Yeah.
Mr. Gilman said that he was not requesting the lesser claim or the reckless driving.
Okay. Okay,
Because
great.
I had said initially maybe the lesser included of the fleeing to it, or do you want, do you know lessers at all?
No lessers.
No lessers?
Yeah.
Okay, so then.
All right, so what we're gonna do though, Your Honor, is take away B and C.
Well, there's currently only B.
I might have a different version, but so right now I have A, B, D. So
Right.
A would be the defendant is guilty of, let's see, how do you have it labeled on you? It'll be the defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude law enforcement officer, parentheses, sirens and lights activated. So it's consistent, I think,
Yes. and
as
then-
charged. And then B would be the defendant is not guilty.
Yes, we just consulted and the state is no longer requesting a lesser.
Right, I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we all, yeah.
Or attempting.
Mr. Gilman, did you hear that?
I did.
Okay, so it's gonna be A, B. And you're just gonna include lights and sirens, although just to be consistent. And then it has the correct month, year, place to be signed. It looks legally accurate. All right, let's discuss this now. They have your last page, submitting case to jury. Talking about what evidence would go back. Can you get both, Emily, can you pull out both knives for me? The ones that are not the butcher block. I don't want the butcher block. So my thought, folks, on evidence that can and cannot go back to the jurors. My thought is the butcher block with knives loose should not go back to the jury. That's too much of a danger. I could tell them that if they want to see that, they could just send a note. We can bring them into the courtroom, and we could have that shown to them. The question is on these two items, whether they're secure and safe to go back to the jurors. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I take a quick look.
Yeah, come on up. And Carl, you can express your concerns and thoughts. I think the bailiffs are hesitant to allow those to go back.
This is very easily can come out of this with no problem. Yeah.
Not only that, Your Honor, there is biohazard on there, so we can tell the members of the jury.
Oh, that's true. There's alleged blood on
that
there, right?
It's not going back because of biohazard, but if they wish to see it, they can view it in front of all of us with the bailiff showing them again. They're all photographs of this evidence, so.
Mr. Gilman, what's your position? Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
You are?
Yeah, and again, there's photographs of everything.
Okay.
So if it's a safety concern, I have no problem with them just having the photographs.
And the state's okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we'll do.
So no butcher block, no knife.
What I'll do is I'll explain to them. So let's look at our jury instruction. During the trial, towards the bottom, folks. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. A, and here's the options for us. A, some of these exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And B, if you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing.
I think both of those would be
They
appropriate.
apply. So let's just keep it the way it is. And I'll explain to them the only items that are not going back are the knives. And I'll explain that to them, that they just need to put that in a note, and we could bring them in here for them to see it, okay? All right, so 3.13, submitting case to jury, it's fine, the instruction as it is. I have the closing argument instruction. You don't need to give that to the, you don't need to include that in the packet that goes to the jurors.
We'll take it in.
Are there any other instructions either side are requesting?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And I can't think of any other instructions that apply as well. All right, so State, if you can make those changes, if you can send a copy to me and Mr. Gilman so we can have at least our updated version. We'll address it again at the close of the evidence. It's 9:22, we'll be adjourned. If you can be ready to start the trial at 11.
Yes, one thought, Your Honor. Do we want to discuss now, there is a DVD of the defendant's interview. The jury may wish to listen to that, or also the 911 calls. Did we want to talk about?
That all goes back to the jury. I mean,
Right,
to the,
but do they, are you going to explain to them how they can play it and do that sort of thing?
what I do is I bring IT in to just explain the jury card. I like to have that on the record, that the jury card doesn't do anything. It doesn't have access to the internet. All it can do is play the evidence. So I'll bring in Kevin or Henry, someone from IT. They'll wheel it in. They'll explain to them how it works, which is basically just a mouse, and all they can do is stop, pause, fast forward. And then I'll have Henry wheel it into the jury room.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good.
All right, have a nice break. Let's be ready to start the trial at 11 o'clock, okay? All right.
We're all recess.
So we're waiting till 11 o'clock. I think that's for the meet ME. Woo. What's up, SD? How are you, hon? Yeah. Okay. So we got about an hour, maybe about 45 minutes or so for this one to start back up. Okay. You got an idea? What idea do you have, sweetheart? You should interview Christine Randall on the Vegas trial. No, I don't. Who is that? You wanna email me? Or you yeah, because you see me sitting up here. Look, yeah, let's email. Okay, email me. If you put the stuff in there, then yeah, we could probably you talk about with our girl, Devin. Yeah, well, that's the only trial that we're covering in Vegas, right? Okay, so while we're waiting for court to start back up in here, guys, do we think that he should have the lesser charge? Yeah, email me, SD. I have a you say no way, no way. They definitely gonna try. Y'all said this kid needs the max. Okay, so I know if I put out a survey, it'll come back 100% one way, right? I am going to do we want to look at any of his testimony? Is there any particular part that y'all want to see again while we wait for court to start back up? I need to do some housekeeping back here for a second.
Ms. Walker, were there obviously bloody footprints leading towards the residence of John O. Walton and also walking away from the residence of John O. Walton towards 2040 Malakote Road?
Yes.
In addition to the video that you recorded of those footprints, you told us that you also prepared a diagram. Let's look at that. Will you please point out the paved area, the street area of Malakote Road?
Sure, it's right along here.
Now, I see that in the diagram, 1240, the home of the Towers, has what looks like depicted blood in the front entryway.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And did you see any blood from the front entryway down to the road?
In the grass?
Yes, in the grass.
There was some, but the grass was wet from dew, so it was very difficult to locate.
Right. And then it appears that you documented some blood crossing past the vacant residence at
Yes.
1220,
Yes,
both
right.
on the driveway
Yes,
and then later on the paved area of Malakote Road.
yes.
Were you able to tell by the naked eye in which direction the bleeding person was walking for the blood drops and the blood stains in the driveway?
In this driveway, it appeared that the movement of the person bleeding would have been from east to west.
And what about the blood drops that we see on the paved road between 1220 and 1200?
That motion was a little bit more difficult to determine along the roadway because of the texture of the roadway, and also possibility of the person bleeding was moving slower, so it was more of a drip than it was a faster motion.
Okay. So were you able to tell, based upon those blood drops, that they were different in some way. For example, the blood drops on 1220 in the driveway as opposed to the blood drops on the paved area of Malakote Road.
Yes.
And what was the distinction that you observed?
It was pretty apparent that this movement was from east to west at a pretty rapid pace, and this was presumably going back the other way, but at a slower pace.
Much slower pace. All right, thank you. Did you have further assignment on September 1st, in addition to video recording the blood droplets and beginning to prepare a diagram?
I further documented the bloodstains on the address of 1220 Malakote Road across the driveway.
Okay. Did there come a time when a search was conducted of the premises of 1240 Malakote Road, the Tower residence?
Yes, at approximately 3:45 a.m., I was notified that a residential search warrant had been obtained for 1240.
Okay. Did you participate, after the search warrant was executed, did you participate in the search or documentation of items of evidence in that residence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you prepare a diagram of the interior of the residence?
Yes, diagram and photography inside.
Now showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 7A through 7J. Will you look at these for me, please? Sorry, Mr. Gilman.
You're okay. You're okay.
Do you recognize these photographs as well?
Yes, there are photographs that I took.
Pardon?
There are photographs that I took.
Okay, are they a true and accurate depiction of the scene after you and detectives in this case began to search the premises at 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering into evidence 7A through 7J.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
7A through 7J will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Walker, we're going to take a look at 7A, please. Can you tell us what we see in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the exterior front of 1240 Malakote Road.
Okay. 7B,
Also of the front exterior of 1240 with the side garage door open.
all right. 7C,
This is the front entry and walkway of 1240 Malakote. This is the front door.
7D.
Is also another photo of the front door.
Okay, could you please point out the blood drops at the bottom of the door?
There's blood coming down the door and drips on the step.
Let's look next at State's Exhibit 7E.
And again, the front door with blood in this area and dripping down.
Now we're going to look at the interior of the residence. And let's start with State's Exhibit 7F. Can you tell us in which room are we looking?
This is the living room.
And what do we see here in this photograph?
This is the living room floor. This is the male decedent, female decedent, the cell phone here. Excessive amounts of blood on each of the couches here. This is the doorway going into the master bedroom. And the front door is over here.
Is this the way the scene, exactly the way the scene looked upon entry by Northport Police Department and crime scene technicians?
Yes.
We're going to look at State's Exhibit 7G. And if you could just point out the, in order to orient the jurors, can you point out where the front door is, please?
The front door is right here.
So we're going to look at State's Exhibit 7I. Seven H, pardon. 7H. Seven I. And again, in order to orient the members of the jury, if you could please point out, and we'll go back and forth between these two photographs. Mr. Tower, legs, and then Mr. Tower's legs near that love seat or couch in the residence and the front door. And finally, in this series of photographs, 7J. Now, although this piece of furniture looks similar, is it different from the piece of furniture that we looked at in the last photograph, 7I?
Yes, it was on a wall where there was a sliding glass door behind it.
I'm sorry.
It was along a wall where there was a sliding glass door.
What I'm asking you is this piece of furniture different from this piece of furniture?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I talked to you earlier about a diagram that you produced. Can you please take a look at this for us, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this a diagram that you produced based upon your investigation at 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate depiction to the best of your ability of the crime scene that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 9 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
9 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you. Let's look at 9 so that we can get an idea of the layout of that residence. Ms. Walker, first, can you please show us the front door entrance area
The front door is right here.
and the two bodies of Robbie and Jennifer Tower? Where do they appear on this floor plan?
Right here and right here.
And we talked about two pieces of furniture, both sort of brown, overstuffed, upholstered seating. So where is the larger of the two pieces, the couch area?
It is right here,
Okay. And the second?
right over here.
All right. Now, in addition to the living area where the bodies were found, did you also go into the master bedroom?
Yes.
Will you point that out for the jury, please? Point to the bed. And we see a lot of red depicting blood in the area just to, as we look at this, to the, at the top of the bed, to the north, let's say that's north. Can you point that out too?
Yes.
Aside from the bed itself, is there a bloody area near the, from the area between the bed and the wall, the north wall?
Right here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Were you able to determine where the defendant's bedroom was in this home?
I was advised that the defendant's bedroom is in this corner.
Show us the kitchen, please. Now, aside from the blood in the master bedroom, the blood in the living room and the front entrance, and it appears to be some drops of blood in the kitchen, did you find blood in any other areas of the house?
No, it was mostly concentrated in those areas.
Thank you. Now showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 14A through 14M as in Mary. Go look for me. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the crime scene on September 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering 14A through 14M into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
14A through 14M will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, again, we're going to focus just for a moment on the living room. And we're going to point out the piece of brown furniture that we saw behind Mr. Tower's legs. And I want you to show the members of the jury the entrance to the master bedroom, please.
Okay, this is the sofa, and this is the entrance to the master bedroom.
All right, and while we have them both now in the same photograph, that love seat that you described as being against a sliding glass door.
That love seat is right here.
Thank you. All right. Let's look next at State's Exhibit 14B. And you're going to have to tell us in which room are we looking now?
This is inside the master bedroom.
Okay, so let's switch between the two photographs. And we're going to look at 14A and then 14B. Show us that wall that goes into the bedroom.
It's just on the other side of this door jamb.
Yes. Okay, thank you. All right. 14C.
This is a little bit further into the master bedroom, still turning to the right into the doorway.
14D.
This is the corner of the bed and a dresser that was along the north wall.
Okay. Is that the foot of the bed that we see, that brown leather, or?
Yes, this is like an ottoman. And this is the corner of the bed.
Were you able, through your investigation, to determine whose side of the bed this is that we're looking at here with the blood?
I don't know that.
Okay. This is 14F for the record. And there's a nightstand to just on the side of the bed. Would you point that out, members of the jury, please? We're now looking at 14L. This blood smear that we see on the north wall of the bedroom, is it also accompanied by a lot of blood spatter surrounding the smear itself?
Yes, there's smaller impact stains here.
Now, that nightstand that we saw in the previous picture, did there come a time when evidence was found behind that nightstand?
Yes,
Did you discover that evidence yourself? Or did someone in the Northport Police Department that was searching the house discover that evidence?
it was a detective that located it.
Okay. That is 14L, but we're going to look at a closer photograph. Is this the item of evidence that was found behind the nightstand in the master bedroom?
Yes,
And why is it that you have an evidence marker there, a yellow plastic number 10? What's the purpose of doing that in crime scene investigation?
to identify items of evidence in a methodical manner, so each item would be assigned a number.
And did you use those markers that you set out in the crime scene when you were preparing that diagram so that you could include items of evidence that were relevant to the case in that floor plan that we saw just a few moments ago?
Yes,
So Barbara, I'm showing you what has been marked for evidence by the state and State's Exhibit number 15. And State's Exhibit number 16. Let me just- Do you recognize State's Exhibit 50?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's packaged in a way that we package knives, and it has our barcode label and case number on it.
Okay, is your identification on there?
Yes.
Do you recognize the packaging of this item?
Yes.
Can you open that for me, please? Here's some gloves. You can just look into that box and tell me if you recognize that item.
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was discovered and packaged?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 15 into evidence, please.
Any objection to 15?
No objection.
15 will be admitted. Do you wish to publish that to the jury?
I do, but I have another piece as well. So
Okay.
I'm now showing you State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is in Northport Police Department packaging, and it is labeled with the case number.
Okay, speak up nice and loudly.
It's labeled with the case number and with Northport Police Department packaging.
Okay, and can you tell me what that is, please?
It's a cellular phone.
And where was that phone located?
It was on the master bedroom floor between the bed and the north wall.
Okay. Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected from the crime scene
Yes.
in the master bedroom?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm now offering State 16 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
16 will be admitted. You may publish it.
May I have the bailiff publish?
Yes, Carl, if you can help us out.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, of course. Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 17A through 17D. Do you recognize those?
Yes,
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the kitchen area of 1240 Malaco Road?
yes,
Your Honor, I'm offering States 17A, B, C, and D into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
States Exhibit 17A, B, C, and D will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
We're looking at States Exhibit 17A, and if you could please orient the jury by showing them where is the master bedroom that we just looked at the photos of the master bedroom.
the master bedroom would be in this corner beyond the kitchen.
Thank you. Now we're looking at States Exhibit 17B. As you and Northport police detectives searched the area, did you note anything of significance in the kitchen area?
Yes, we observed what appeared to be diluted blood stains around the countertop, around the sink, kind of down the front of the cabinets here. There was some also on the front of the dishwasher, and a towel that appeared to have blood on it as well.
Okay. Was there also a group of knives that were readily apparent when you walked into the kitchen?
Yes, there's a knife block here.
Let's look next at 17C, and you told us that you saw some evidence of cleanup. Can you show the members of the jury what we're looking for here?
There's diluted blood here and around the right side.
And at this point, has that knife block been removed from that area?
Yes,
So the knife block was, show us again. Knife block was there, but now has it been collected as evidence?
it
Is
was.
this no longer on the sink?
That's correct.
Let's look finally at States Exhibit 17D. And what do we see in this photograph that's significant?
Diluted blood here and the towel with what appeared to be blood on it as well.
Okay, so you say blood. Is there any way that you test for what appears to be blood so that you know it takes you a little bit closer to the realization that it's actually blood?
Yes,
Tell the jury how you do that.
there's a presumptive test called phenolphthalein that will identify when there's blood present versus just a reddish stain.
Okay, so how does phenolphthalein?
Yes,
Phenolphthalein, how does that work specifically? A chemical reaction?
it is a chemical reaction. It's a three-step process, utilizing a swab that's moistened, and you rub the stain that you're wanting to test, and then you apply 2 more chemicals, and it will give a reaction that's pink if it's positive.
And in this particular case, did you use that phenolphthalein to test for presumptive blood on the towel and the area surrounding the sink?
We did not.
Why?
There wasn't a question in the way that the scene was presented to us, and it was somewhat irrelevant. If the towel needed to be further tested, it could be done in a lab as well.
All right, thank you. It's a little cumbersome, so I'll have to make some room. Actually, I think I'll put it down here, if you don't mind. So you can look at it over here, so. No, I want to look at the label. Okay. I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is it part of the evidence that you collected from the kitchen when you did the search and collection of evidence on September 1st of 2023?
Yes.
Is this in the same or similar condition as when you retrieved it from the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, you hesitated.
There's one knife that's not in the block.
Okay, but it's in the same or substantially the
Yes.
same condition? All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit number 18 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
18 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Would you like to put some gloves on and take it out? Thank you. You can just display it to the jury from where you're standing.
So just for the record, I am still checking. Yeah, it's supposed to be back at 11 o'clock to start when the witnesses come in. But of course, they're always late, right? Even if it's just a couple minutes late, they are still late. Yes, and welcome in everybody who's coming in. As soon as they come in, I will definitely take us in there so we can hear what the ME says, because I'm pretty sure that's gonna put it, just the graphic, how many stabs, everything that he has done, right? Even looking at this scene, looking back at these photos, good grief. Like, I don't know if he positioned them that way, but to hear of a husband and wife passing away head to head, that is so heartbreaking. Yeah, so I think all of us can probably agree that he don't need to get out. Like, he don't need to get out. I just don't see how you come back from this, especially when we talk about he came from some type of camp over there in Ukraine or wherever he was at. I don't know what you can do with that. Like, no, there's no I don't know. I don't even think he had no motive, Pretty Brown. I don't know. I think that he just strange for some change. I don't know. Weird. I don't know. Don't even get me to telling those stories about it. I don't know what he was thinking. Because he had already, from my understanding, he had already, whooped on him one time. So Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. But as soon as they get back in court, I'm gonna put us back into court. Other than that, let's continue to look at some of this evidence that they are bringing in. You say reliving every moment without emotion. I can believe that, Baca. I can believe that. I think it's more of his attorney trying to save his life than I don't even think he, I think the attorney just doing this just because.
Ms. Walker. Now, you mentioned, as I was asking you if it was in the same or substantially the same condition, that it was a bit different from when you collected it. What is the difference?
There's one knife that was down here that's not in the block.
Okay. Put that down, and then we're going to look at what's been marked for identification in State's Exhibit number 22. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 22 for identification, and I want to ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the crime scene at 1240 Malaco?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering States 22 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
22 would be admitted. You may publish it.
Thank you. Okay, and if you could just stand up and show that to the jury. I think I'm going to ask the bailiff to do that as well. You may be seated. So this knife that you found in the knife block, is it similar to the knife that was found behind the nightstand in the master bedroom?
Yes.
How similar?
The handles are both silver metal and the blade is serrated.
Is it virtually identical to the knife that was found behind the nightstand?
Yes.
Still have your gloves on, I ask you to put that back in the box, please. Thank you. Now, in the photographs that we looked at just a few moments ago, in State's Exhibit number 17D, we talked about a towel, a white towel that was found on the countertop in the kitchen. Did you collect that and put it into evidence at the Northport Police Department?
Yes.
Now showing you the those remarks for identification. And State's Exhibit number 20. Do you recognize that item, Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Is this the item that you collected from the countertop in the kitchen that we just saw in the photograph 17D?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected?
Yes.
In the kitchen? Your Honor, I'm now offering States 20 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
20 will be admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. come a time when the medical examiner arrived on the scene?
Yes.
Did you assist the medical examiner in any way?
Yes, I assisted with an examination of the decedents as well as additional photography of their injuries.
And is that something that you routinely do at a homicide scene such as this when the medical examiner comes?
Yes,
All right. And in this case, the victims were lying prone or face down when you first encountered their bodies?
yes, that's correct.
And was it important for the medical examiner to turn over the bodies specifically for identification, but also to identify the wounds inflicted?
Yes,
I'm now showing you what have been marked for identification as 19A and 19B. Do you recognize those photos?
yes,
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the decedents after Dr. Vega arrived on scene and you assisted him in further investigation?
yes,
Your Honor, I'm offering 19A and 19B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 19A and 19B will be admitted. Where are we in terms of timing on this witness?
Close to completion.
Okay. Jurors, are you okay to continue or do you want a break? We've been going for about an hour and a half. I know it was after lunch. You folks okay? We'll take one after this witness. Okay, let's continue then. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now looking at State's Exhibit 19A. And is this Jennifer Tower?
yes, it is.
Now, we see now that there's a little difference in the scene. We have a white sheet lying under Ms. Tower. Is that something that the medical examiner routinely does when he or she comes to the scene to begin their preliminary examination?
Yes,
And was Ms. Tower's body transported from the scene to the morgue at some point that day on September 1st?
yes,
Let's look now at State's Exhibit 19B. And again, Mr. Tower is lying on a white sheet. Is that part of the medical examiner's protocol?
yes,
Was his body subsequently removed from the scene and taken to the morgue
yes.
for autopsy?
Mhm.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 10. You recognize that?
Yes,
Is it in the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the crime scene?
yes.
And from where did you collect it in the crime scene?
The towel was underneath Jennifer Tower.
Your Honor, I'm offering states 10 into evidence, please.
Any objection to 10?
No objection.
10 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you. I'm now showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 11A and 11B. Take a look at those. And tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them after the autopsy of Jennifer Tower?
Yes.
Was this clothing removed from her body during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
There, I'm offering states 11A and 11B into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
11A and 11B will be admitted. You may publish them.
Thank you. Did you notice?
Tell him to get his hand out his doggone mouth. All right. Oh, my back itch. I do see the movement in the courtroom, so I am going to take us back into the courtroom to see what the ME is going to say, but we kind of already know what the ME is going to say. It's going to be very graphic. I'm pretty sure we're not going to see any photos, but that's okay. I'm okay. He said the hands in his mouth is a detachment thing. Oh, gosh. I don't know. They should, you know, and it's so, you know, even from their Facebook messages and everything that they wanted to do, like, I bet you can never imagine in a million years that a person that you saved from a concentration camp to try to get them a better life, a better world, a better experience would turn against you like this. There are so many other ways he could have handled this. This is just so ew. Yeah, and Dr. Rachel is going to come up here and talk to us about it, guys, and to kind of explain it. It's kind of hard in the chat sometimes when we chatting. So she's going to come up and explain it to it. And I can kind of get it in some ways. Yeah, but in all our cases, they got something going on. You know, somebody got something going on. You know, something is not, just like what I was telling y'all about the snapback. Some people had a snapback, and then some people like him, he missing something. Now, what his snapback is or what he missing, I don't know what it is, but unfortunately, like, it'd be sad for some people that they feel like there's no way out. Like, even people that commit suicide, like, they feel like there's no way out from doing anything, you know, besides what their option is. Like, he, in his interrogation, he talked about how he kept, you know, saying that he was going to do it, 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 right? So it's just that he didn't have the other side to tell him not to do it. So I don't know. I don't know. It's like a hard pill to swallow because of the certain fact that I don't know. Do he get up there? Do he say that he loved them? I don't know what he could do for a lesser sentence, but they say you need to get up here, Dr. Rachel, and you need to explain this in great detail. That's what you need to do. Oh, okay. Do you want, let's do this. She gonna come up here and talk to us before, you know, the trial is ended, so we can, or before we get the verdict. Let's plan on that. That way, maybe, you know, some information that she provides to us, maybe once I put out our next poll, maybe some people will think manslaughter versus to LWOP. But I'm gonna take us back into the court. Let's see what we got going on this morning.
All rise, jurors enter.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you had a nice evening. The witness arrived, so we're ready to proceed. All right, State, please call your next witness.
State calls Charlene Webster.
All right, everybody stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Well, you will raise my hand up that way.
Morning. State, when you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Webster.
Hello.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Charlene Webster. Last name is spelled Webster.
How are you employed, Miss Webster?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Tampa Bay Regional Operations Center in the biology section.
How long have you worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Since December of 2009.
Will you tell the members of the jury about your formal education, please?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology and a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from the University of Miami. I also hold a Master of Science in Pharmacy with a concentration in Forensic DNA and Serology from the University of Florida.
Thank you. Will you also tell us a little bit about the duties and responsibilities of a senior crime lab analyst?
Yes, as an analyst, I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I also examine them for any skin cells that may be present from items that may have been handled, touched, or worn. I will take samplings of those items of evidence to try to develop a DNA profile that I can then compare to the DNA profiles of known individuals that are believed to be involved in the case. I will put a statistical weight if I'm able to do that and produce a report.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the genetic blueprint for life, and it makes us who we are. Your DNA profile is unique, except in the case of identical twins. You inherit half of your DNA from your biological mother and the other half from your biological father. Your DNA is found all throughout your body, so except for mature red blood cells, and your DNA doesn't change over your life. So the DNA I would find in your hair would be the same DNA I would expect to find in your blood.
What method of DNA analysis do you use up at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's office in Tampa?
We use STR testing, which stands for short tandem repeats. And STRs are just small segments that are found throughout the DNA. The number of times those repeating segments are observed varies from individuals. And as I mentioned earlier, since you get half from your mother and half from your father, the number of repeats you get from each person would vary. That process is done in 4 steps. So what I'm going to try to do in the first step is I'm going to take that sample of the evidence and I'm going to place it in a tube. I'm going to add some liquid and some heat, and the purpose of that is just to try to break open those cells so they can release the DNA so I can see what's available to me. The second step is then now to make many copies of the 21 locations on the DNA strand that I'm actually looking at. And I'm trying to make those copies so that way I can get a better idea of the DNA profile. The third step is now, the second step I misspoke was determining how much DNA I actually have present. Once I open up those cells, how much DNA is available to me. The third step is making millions of copies of the 21 locations on the DNA strand that I'm looking at. And then the last step is just separating those copied DNA by size. So that way I end up with peaks on a graph, much like an EKG. And those peaks are your DNA profile for each of the 21 areas of the DNA I'm looking at.
That method that you just described, short tandem repeat, is that supported in the scientific community
Yes, it is.
by published scientific literature?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your lab in Tampa, is it accredited?
Yes, we are.
With whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by ANAB, which is the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And as an individual crime laboratory analyst, do you have some sort of continuing education or accreditation that you have to do personally?
Yes, I do have to do 16 hours of continuing education each calendar year. In addition, I do have to take what's called a proficiency test twice a year. A proficiency test is just a scenario-based test that's given to me from an outside agency. I know I'm being tested, but I don't know the results of the test. Once I receive the samples, I will take the samples from start to finish just as I would any other case working sample using our standard operating procedures. Once I get my results, I submit it to the testing agency, who then ensures that my results are consistent with theirs, and they will report that back to ANAB, our accrediting body, and to FDLE as well.
When was the last proficiency test that you undertook?
Earlier this year, and I passed it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. How do you talked about your protocols. How do you ensure that the results that you achieve in your laboratory are correct? How do you know that you're getting the correct results? What steps do you take?
We have controls that are run with all of our samples. So as I mentioned earlier, as a part of that STR process, that I took a sample of the item of evidence to do through the 4 steps. Well, I'm also going to do that with what's called a reagent blank. So it's just an empty tube, and everything that happens to my sample happens to that tube through all 4 steps of the STR process. That's called a negative control, and that just ensures that no outside DNA is being introduced into the samples. In addition, there's also a positive control that's run through the samples to just ensure that all of the reagents are performing and the instruments are performing the way that they should and producing the expected results that is received from that positive control.
As an analyst, do you maintain neutrality when you are working with items that have been submitted to you by various agencies and throughout the testing process?
Yes.
Why is it important for you to maintain a neutral attitude about the evidence that comes into you for testing?
When I receive the evidence, I don't know what to expect as a result, so I'm just going to conduct my testing as I would with every other item that's similar. I'm going to send it through the same process, of course, not to be biased in any way, just to perform it and to try to get any DNA profiles that may be usable in the case.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier about statistical analysis is used as part of the procedure for ultimate DNA analysis. Do you have specialized training in statistics?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the training that you've received in statistics?
So I took statistics as a part of my master's class. In addition to during the training program at FDLE, we are trained on the statistics that we perform, which is currently likelihood ratio. In addition to the training that I received from FDLE, the members of the program that we use also did a 2-week statistical training class on the system, and so I did get that training as well.
Does the Florida Department of Law Enforcement use a particular database as part of your statistical analysis?
Yes, we do.
Can you explain a little bit about that database, please?
The database we use is developed from, the National Institutes of Standard and Technology. That database was published in the Forensic Science International Journal of Forensics in 2013. And basically that database contains DNA profiles from random people who were samples that were purchased, and the DNA types that were observed there are just telling me how common or how rare a particular allele or DNA type may be observed in the general population across 3 ethnicities. The ethnicities we look at are Caucasian, Hispanic, and African American, as those are the 3 common ethnicities found in the state of Florida.
Okay. Why do you use a numerical weight or a statistical weight as part of the DNA analysis?
We add a statistical weight to a sample that is a match, which means that I compared a single source or profile from one individual to a known individual, or an inclusion where I'm comparing an individual to what's called a mixture, where that's from 2 or more individuals. It gives a statistical weight as to how common or how rare, given the DNA evidence, how likely it is to see that DNA evidence how likely it is to see that that DNA evidence given the profile that is observed let me rephrase that. The statistical weight gives I'm looking at the DNA profile and I'm comparing a known individual to the profile, either to a single source or a mixture. It just gives weight as to how common or how rare that DNA profile may be observed. Sorry.
Okay. Essentially, does that allow you to put into perspective the results as to how much of that person's DNA is in that particular sample?
It's actually just saying it's comparing 2 different scenarios and giving a weight. It's comparing how likely that DNA profile could be from the person of interest or an unknown individual. So it's not telling me that that person is actually in the profile. It's just telling me what is the likelihood that the evidence could be from the person of interest versus an unknown individual.
All right, thank you. Now, have you ever testified in court with regard to DNA analysis?
Yes.
How many times, approximately, Ms. Webster?
Probably about 50-ish.
Okay. And can you give us an idea of where in the state of Florida you've given testimony on DNA?
I've gone as high as Tallahassee, and I've gone as further south as Fort Myers, where we have our different regions. So any of the courthouses in between there, I've probably touched on a few of them.
All right, great. Now, I want to ask you about how, as an FDLE analyst, how do you determine or examine an item of evidence to know if there is blood on that item? Can you explain that process to us?
Yes, if I'm examining an item of evidence, I'm going to look at it to see if it has red-brown staining that may be possibly present. as that's somewhat characteristics of what a blood stain would look like. If I observe red-brown staining on the item, I'm going to perform what's called a presumptive test, which is just a chemical change test that tells me whether or not blood is probably present, but what it possibly isn't. I cannot confirm that it is blood, but I can say that blood is possibly present. That color change test takes a clear liquid and it turns pink if blood is possibly present.
Okay. Did you receive known samples in this particular case of the defendant Dima Tower and also Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
In what forms did you receive those known samples, Ms. Webster?
I received a buccal swab from Dima Tower, and I received a blood stain card from Robbie Tower and a blood stain card from Jennifer Tower.
Okay. Now, as to the buccal swab from Dima Tower, did you obtain a complete DNA profile for Dima Tower?
Yes, I did.
And as to the blood stain cards, did you obtain complete DNA profiles for both Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so did you also receive items of evidence, or did your lab receive items of evidence from the Northport Police Department?
Yes, we did.
Can you please tell the members of the jury, and without going through the entire list, if you could just tell us about items 6.1 and 7.8?
May I refer to my notes?
You may, if it would help to refresh your recollection.
Item 6.1 is described as a DNA sample that was taken from the knife blade.
Okay, and 6.1, was that derived from a kitchen knife? And you can-
Yes.
Thank you. And then as to item 7.8, can you tell us what that item of evidence is?
Item 7.8 is described as a DNA sample from knife 6's handle.
Okay, thank you. All right. So speaking specifically of those two items, 6.1, the knife blade, and 7.8, the knife handle, and those are from two distinct knives. Am
That's
I
correct.
Thank you. Okay. Did FDLE test those items?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you please explain the initial results of that test?
Item 6 is the kitchen knife did give chemical indications for the presence of blood. That means I did that presumptive color change test that I described earlier, and there was a color change for pink. So the results that it gave chemical indications for blood.
All right, and what about 7.8? Just as to the blood, the serology.
That's yes. So there was, I also did obtain, there was chemical indications for the presence of blood on item 7.8 as well.
Thank you. Now let's go back to 6.1. Once you found the chemical indications for the presence of blood on that knife blade, what was the next step in the analysis?
After that, I would have taken, there was a sampling taken of the knife handle and the blade, and then the samples would have been placed in a tube that I described earlier and taken through that 4-step process as I described it in order to try to develop a DNA profile for each of those items.
Okay. And what were the DNA results that you obtained from the knife blade, item 6.1?
So for item 6.1, the knife blade, the DNA results obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Okay, and were you able to determine of any of those donors in that particular item, 6.1, the knife blade?
I was able to include Dima Tower as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 61,000 times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Dima Tower and one unrelated individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals.
Okay, were you also given an indication of one of the other donors in that mixture?
I was able to include Robbie Tower as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Robbie Tower and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
Okay, so if we can break that down just into layperson's language, can you just simplify that for the members of the jury?
As I mentioned in the statistic, it's giving away, the type of statistic I'm giving you is called a likelihood ratio, and it's comparing two opposing hypotheses. So it's comparing whether or not the person of interest could be given the DNA profile, the person of interest could be the donor of the profile versus if an unknown individual could be the donor of the evidence profile observed. In this case, I'm giving weight to whether or not, for the evidence, if Dima Tower is included, the likelihood for the DNA profile is approximately 67,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from him versus non-related individual. I'm giving weight more to each of those scenarios, and it's on a sliding scale. So if a likelihood ratio of 1 just means that it's neutral. It doesn't give weight to either one of those scenarios. As you get higher above 1, the number 1, it gives weight more to my first scenario of the person of interest being the possible donor of that DNA profile. As it gets lower from 1, it's stating that it's supporting more of that second hypothesis, or that an unknown individual is the one that donated that DNA profile.
Thank you. Now let's move on to the knife handle from 7.8, the other knife, the second knife. Can you please tell us about the results after you did your analysis, Ms. Wester?
The DNA results for item 7.8 demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. A complete DNA profile for the major contributor could be determined and is suitable for comparisons. Due to the limited nature of the DNA results for the additional contributors to the mixture, that data wasn't interpretable. So I'm only making comparisons to the major DNA profile. This major DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Robbie Tower. The observed major DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Robbie Tower than from an unrelated individual.
Thank you. Now, I just want to ask you a question regarding this particular evidence. So these knives were in a kitchen, and presumably they were used by all the members of the family at any given time. The family members being Robbie Tower, Jennifer Tower, and Dima Tower. So what distinguishes the DNA that you found on these 2 knives? What's the distinction? Is it because you found chemical indications for the presence of blood as opposed to touch DNA?
Objection leading?
Yeah, let's try not to be
All
so
right.
leading in your question.
Thank you.
Do
So-
you understand the question as a general concept? Can you explain touch DNA versus blood DNA? Okay, I think that's the question.
Please.
Yes, so if blood DNA from blood, blood is as a body fluid in general would produce more DNA or leave more DNA behind than just touching an item. However, I can't say in this case as to which one those came from, as the knives may have been handled as stated by everyone throughout the family. I can't state whether or not the DNAs exclusively from blood or from epithelial cells.
Thank you. But based upon your analysis, were there chemical indications for the presence of blood on both knives?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. May I have a moment, please?
Ma'am?
Thank you very much. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, and well yourself.
All right. So when you're examining these items of evidence, you examine essentially what's submitted, right?
Correct.
You don't go to the individual law enforcement headquarters and pick and choose what they give to you.
That is correct.
All right. So if they give you, for example, an actual physical knife, you would go through and do all of the swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct.
If they don't give you the physical knife, they just give you whatever the swabs are, you test from the swabs, correct?
Correct.
So you're entirely at the discretion of what is submitted to you as far as what gets tested.
Correct.
All right. And that system is automated, correct?
What do you mean by automated?
I mean, you don't go in and with like a pair of tweezers and pull out DNA, right?
No, I don't use a tweezer to go in. I do the process that we described.
Right. It's automated through machinery, right?
Yes, there are some hands-on portions, but yes, there are some machinery that helps with that.
And the peaks and valleys are essentially computer generated results, correct?
Correct.
All right. The statistical analysis that you do has changed since you started in 2009, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And it used to be that you would give numbers like 1 in 15 and make like sounding like really horrible made up numbers for a statistical analysis, correct? And you'd have to count the number of zeros to describe the number?
Yes, we still do that. There's still big numbers now.
Okay. But it sounds to me like you said that the 2 times that you discovered Robbie Tower's DNA, that statistical likelihood was 700 billion times more likely, correct?
I stated that it's greater than 700 billion times more likely.
Okay. And then for the one instance where you indicated that you found Dima Tower in a mixture, it was 67,000, correct?
Approximately 61,000.
Okay. I think you said both 61 and 67, so it's 61?
It's 61,000.
Okay. And that's obviously closer to zero than 700 billion, right?
Yes,
Okay. And again, we're talking about a mixture, correct?
yes, for
All right.
both samples.
And using the statistical analysis the way that you do, if you were to use a separate database than the one that you use, would you expect similar or different results?
Objection calls for speculation.
Would you be speculating, or do you know the answer to that?
I generally know the answer to
All
that.
right, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer it.
It would be slightly different, but I wouldn't expect there to be more than a 10-fold difference.
Right. So back when you're talking about the big, huge numbers, if we're talking 700 billion, the 10-fold difference would be 70 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
State any redirect of the witness.
Did you find blood on those 2 knives?
Yes, I did find the indications for blood, yes.
Okay. And in addition, did you also find DNA from Robbie Tower and Dima Tower?
I was able to include Robbie Tower and Dima Tower on item 6.1.
And is that the bottom line of your report? In the most simplistic reductionist terms, is that the bottom line of your report?
Those are the results of my reporting, yes.
Thank you very much.
Is the witness free to step down?
No objection.
All right, you may step down now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Folks, as you recall, when we talked about scheduling, this is the witness this morning. The next witness is not available till 1 o'clock. So let's see, it's 11:51. Is an hour enough for you folks for lunch? I see the jurors say that's fine. Does that work for the parties?
It does, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's start back up.
Dr. Vega is 1:15. Let's make it 1:15. Sorry.
1:15, okay? We'll see everybody at 1:15, okay? Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Have a nice lunch. Remember, do not discuss anything.
Wow, so we on break again to 1:15, guys. Okay. Hey, Tanya. Hello, anybody that has came in that I have not seen. Hold on 1 second.
She wasn't crying, pleading for her life or anything. She was. She was. So he's not. She wasn't crying, pleading for her life.
Gosh. Okay, so what I was doing back here, which is probably a good thing, is I was trying to get dang. Oh, okay. I know a lot of you, I'm not sure how many of y'all seen the interrogation video, but I do want to get that part up and play it. Oh my. Like going back and listening to it. Oh, like, I don't know. I personally like putting them up under the cell, but maybe I'm not sure how long Dr. Rachel will be gone, but yeah, I'm like putting them up under the cell after listening to this. Listening to it some more.
So, Corporal Centine, behind you on the screen, we're going to see some images, and I'd like you to talk about them with the members of the jury. First, we're looking at State's Exhibit 23A. And tell the members of the jury, is this how Dima Tower appeared at the interview after he was apprehended in Venice?
It is.
You could point out to the members of the jury on his left bicep or in the area of his shoulder, did it appear that he has sustained some injuries?
It does. There's several scratches on his bicep.
Were you able to determine where those scratches came from?
I was not.
And now that we're looking at his right profile, can you also point out on his right shoulder some of the artifacts that we see in the photograph?
Yes, there's several more scratches on the right shoulder here, consistent with the ones on the left shoulder or the left bicep.
Now we're looking at State's Exhibit 23D and a closer look at his arm all the way from his shoulder all the way down to his forearm, almost to his wrist. And does he have scratches, bruises, different artifacts on his right arm?
He does. These are the scratches we've seen in the previous photo, and then these are just the scratches on his forearm.
Okay. States 23E. Can you also just point out for the jury?
There's scratches and bruises on the inside of the bicep here, as well as on the forearm and the hand, as well as the actual physical fingers and palm.
Okay. Does he also have blood on his hands?
He does.
Were you able to see that blood with the naked eye?
Yes,
And does he also have scratches on his lower legs from his knees down?
yes, it may be hard to see, but he has scratches on both shins, both his left and right shins.
Okay. Now, you told us earlier that you reviewed Officer Regards dash cam in order to determine what the defendant looked like. The clothes that we see here at the Venice Police Department, around 7:30 he was apprehended. I don't know what time that was. Can you just give us an idea, a ballpark idea of when you actually conducted the interview?
It would have been, he was apprehended at, I believe, 7:56, I had said. Yeah, 7:56 a.m. It would have been maybe an hour after that.
Okay. So are these the same clothes? Do you recognize these as being the same clothes that he was wearing when he drove away from Officer Regards at midnight, or thereabouts, the earlier, on the day before?
Yes,
Now, you have no way of knowing how he got those scratches, do you?
I do not.
Was the area where he fled on foot before he was apprehended, was that, can you describe that area for us?
Yes, it's densely wooded. There was canals, bodies of water, very, very heavily palm fronds, like palmetto trees, like obviously anything that could scratch you or hurt you.
But did he also, based upon your investigation, also attack his parents with a knife?
Yes,
And there was a brutal knife fight going on at 1240 Malaco Road.
yes.
So let's talk about your time with the defendant at the Venice Police Department. Did you interview the defendant?
I did.
Were you alone or with a fellow detective?
I was with a fellow detective, Detective Chippendale.
All right, thank you. And was the interview audio and video recorded?
He was.
Okay. Did you or Detective Chippendale have any conversation with the defendant that was not audio and video recorded?
I did not. Neither of us did.
Okay. Did you read the defendant his Miranda rights before interviewing him?
I did.
How did you do that?
From a photograph on my cell phone, my work department cell phone, of a printed Miranda card that is issued to all the police officers at Northport PD.
Okay. And after being advised of his constitutional rights by you, did the defendant agree to talk to you?
He did.
Did you threaten him in any way in order to get him to talk to you?
I did not.
Did Chippendale?
He did not.
Okay. Did either you or Chippendale make any promises to the defendant in order to get him to talk to you?
We did not.
Okay. How much time did you spend with the defendant?
Approximately 2 hours, if I had to recollect.
Okay. And based upon the time that you spent with the defendant and also the dialogue with the defendant, the conversation that you had with him, did he appear to give his statements to you freely and voluntarily?
He did.
Okay. Corporal, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 24. That one, please. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initials and the date.
Okay. And when did you last review that videotape?
11/8/2025.
Okay, just last week.
Yes.
Okay. Is this video recorded interview with the defendant, is it a true and accurate rendition of the conversation that you had with the defendant on September 1st, 2023?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 24 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
24 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure. Are you going to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, folks, the witness, you may step down if you wish. I think this is about a 58-minute video you're going to watch now. But before we watch it, there's 2 jury instructions I need to give to you. Why don't you go ahead and pass out the transcript, Carl? All right, 2 jury instructions. If you can listen carefully. Oh, we're still passing them out. Does everybody have one? Members of the jury, you are about to view, listen to a recording. The court instructs you.
Hey guys, just in case anybody's walking in, we are on TiVo time. The court is currently on lunch until their next witness won't be back until 1:15. We did watch the witness that they did have earlier today. So we're just looking at his interrogation video right now. So just in case anybody wants to know, that's what we're currently looking at, guys. Okay.
That the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that this recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen to and consider this evidence. You have just been handed you are about to hear and view a recorded conversation. The recorded conversation is the proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You have also now been furnished with a transcript of that recorded conversation. The recording is the actual evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as an aid, only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcript is not the evidence of what was said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear, not on what you read. All right, State, you may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, my name is Detective Chippendale. This is Detective St. Jean. Okay. Are you hurting anyone? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm concerned with you. How old are you?
I'm 22.
You're 22? 2 days?
Yep.
Have you read and write in the English language, right?
Of course.
Okay. Did you go to school here?
Yeah, I've been in this country for 8 years.
8 years? Okay. Detective St. Jean has he just has to read you something real quick, okay?
Have you ever been read your Miranda rights before?
What?
Have you ever been read your Miranda warning before? Do you know what that is?
What is that?
Your rights? Have you ever been read your rights before?
Do you watch TV? Have you ever seen cop shows and movies?
So I'm Miranda warning, how I know how to get away from you real well.
Yeah. So he just has to read this to you and you can just listen up, okay?
So I'm gonna go step by step, and I'll ask you to explain to me what you think that line means, and we'll go back and forth. I'll answer any questions you have if you don't understand something, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
I do.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand what that means?
I do.
You have the right to talk to an attorney and have him or her present with you before and during questioning. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you at no cost to you before and during questioning if you wish. Do you understand what that means?
Yep.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand what that means?
Yep.
Do you understand each of these rights that I've explained to you? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I don't have any question.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us?
So we'd like you to have your side of the story and see what happened.
It's too complicated.
Well, I mean, we're here to listen. I know it was a rough night last night, but we just want to, somebody has to tell your side of the story. So was it, I'm sure there's several different reasons why this happened.
There is.
So we just want to hear your side. So if you want to talk to us,
Why?
because you know what, you're a human being, okay? You deserve to tell your side of the story. So when I go to that house, it's not like you're not that bad. You're not that bad of a kid. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know you. Well, let me get to know you. Do you need anybody to look at those scratches or anything? Okay.
We just met you, man. We don't know your backstory, we don't know your history. We're trying to get to know you and figure out what happened, and then we very much like to hear your side of the story so we can, figure out how we can help you and if there's anything that can explain what happened last night.
Are you hungry?
Will be. Will be.
You will be, you said?
Yeah, because I was around last night.
Okay. You want a sandwich or something?
That would be nice.
Okay. We'll get you one. So look, I have kids that are around your age also. So I try to treat everybody like I would want somebody to treat my kids. You understand? So whatever happened last night, it's all right to talk about it.
I'm not going to talk about it.
No.
I'm not the type of young man that will talk about it.
You what? I'm sorry.
I'm not the type of young man that will talk about it.
No. You don't want to give your side of the story.
It was wrong, that's it.
Well, I know it's wrong, but here, take a minute and you want to eat or you want to. It's like a breakfast sandwich. Take a deep breath. It's okay to talk about it.
I promise you it would feel a lot better to talk about it. I know you may not think that right now, but
I'm not like that. If you want to understand anything, you have to understand that. Doesn't make me feel like you talk about me.
well, help us understand, what's going through your mind right now. What's going on with you? We just met you, man. I don't know you from Adam. Just we want to hear your story and hear how this came to be and, you know, just to give your side of the story of what happened, basically. Yeah, no one has talked to you yet.
Yeah, but you're just a bunch of Americans, so you will not understand.
We'll try to help you understand.
Well, I know you're from the Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
And I know that, do you have family over there still?
No,
Or was over there?
it was.
And I know the war is real devastating over there. Did you lose family over there? Do you ever talk to them?
Well, why does it matter?
I'm just making conversation, that's it. Just want to see if talking might be able to help you. At least for a little bit.
How is it gonna help me?
How? Well,
How would it help me?
you're not gonna keep it bottled up inside. So it's like shaking up a Coke bottle, and as you let it out.
Huh? What happened last night? Shaking up a Coke bottle you talk about.
And that's what happened. So did you not get along with your parents?
Doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter, I mean,
It's none of your problems, you know. Me talking about it doesn't make me feel better. I don't know what. If you want to understand anything, let them understand.
I do.
Not all the people are the same.
No, and I get it. But, you know,
I don't keep it bottled up and stuff.
no. Well, something happened last night. Either you guys argued.
There's a lot of things that happen.
Does it stem from way before last night, or?
Has nothing to do with it. Look, I should have never came here, right? Should have stayed in Ukraine.
You should have stayed in Ukraine.
Yeah. This country is a shithole.
So what don't you like about this country?
Every American asking that, huh? You blind? You're blind?
Well, probably because I was born here, so.
Yeah, well, you can fold, you don't know nothing about some of this country.
Well, why don't you tell me? Because maybe I can open my eyes to how you see.
Huh? Well, it doesn't matter.
Because perspective, man.
Perspective or facts?
Well, your perspective and it could lead to facts.
Yeah, my perspective or the truth that you don't see is different.
Oh, we're not perfect.
It's not the matter.
Yeah. So did you get adopted by your parents here?
Yep.
How old were you?
15, 16.
15 or 16. Did you know your neighbors down the street?
I don't give a shit about neighbors.
You used to go over there and he used to use his tools or something?
Working on your car?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I really care about neighbors, so I'm just using people.
Yeah. Is that what you did last night? You used your parents?
No. So you're making an assumption.
Well, you said you used people.
Yeah, because there's not that good people, many good people around, so I don't care.
Were your parents good? Did they hurt you?
It's complicated to say. I don't know why.
Well, because, you know, we have a job to do, so we're trying to see what your side of the story is. Is it something that set you off, like your parents got in your face? Were you protecting yourself? You know, there's so many different options. Or were you just, you know, okay, so give me the opportunity to talk to you and find out, like, what you feel about everything. I'm a people person. I like to talk to people.
So what happened last night, and then you want to do something? Help me understand what happened.
Rage.
What? Rage has to come from somewhere, so, you know, there has to be some reason. It's a lot of rage to keep bottled up.
Right?
Did your parents push you into the rage?
We weren't really like family anymore.
They weren't family anymore?
Yeah,
Did they change?
we've been through so much shit.
Yeah.
Been arguing, going back and forth.
About what?
Family issues.
What do you do for work or hobbies and stuff?
Hobbies.
Are you working right now?
Yeah, not right now.
Right.
What do you like?
I'm not gonna be doing anything for
What do you like to do?
everything.
So you are feeling, I mean, you are getting upset about what happened last night. So that means that you have.
I mean, it's the questions that you asked me.
Well, why don't you ask us those questions?
It's like what I want to do, or what I like to do, or where I work.
Well,
We're not robots.
want to get to know you.
That's not what I meant. You totally misunderstood what I meant.
What did you mean? I don't want to misunderstand what you.
I guess I don't know what to say.
Take your time. We're in no rush. That could have a lot to do with it.
Well, I don't want to lie, so
Well, I'm glad that you're not gonna lie. If you want to eat, you can take a break. You want to eat?
I don't care to eat.
Okay. We can get you more water if you need.
Look, what do you want to understand?
I want to understand you. I want to hear what you were feeling. So last night, what led up to last night?
Dealing with a lot. Suppose you want to speak about this.
I promise you, I got nothing but time.
Yeah, right, me too.
And I'm willing to hear, you talk about it. I want to hear what you're going through. I want to hear what led up to last night. Why it led up to last night. What's going through your head? Why are you feeling the way you're feeling? Things that are happening to you that made you feel that way.
I mean, look, you asked me what caused it last night.
Mm-hmm.
It was just maybe it was, well, it's kind of, it's hard to explain because you sit there and you think you understand me, but I don't think you do.
Well,
And I'm not saying this because I want you to understand me. I'm saying this because most people I talk to, they don't understand shit.
well, why don't you try us out? Because we've heard a lot of stories, especially in our career.
We talk to a lot of people
So-
who are not your average,
Sometimes it's,
Why are we on camera?
well, everything, it's for your safety and our safety, so. And it has to be because we're in Venice Police Department's area, so it's however they want to do it.
What I want to know is how did you find me?
I think they just came up upon me, so I think it was just out of luck.
You think?
Yeah, I think that,
No, you're not fine right now?
no, not mine. I think that they, Venice Police Department was just checking the store and they saw you and
Right?
that's it. But you evaded us for many hours. So you're pretty good at what you were doing. So either you studied how to avoid cops or
I don't study that.
No.
Instincts.
Just instincts? Did you have shoes or no?
Yeah, they took my shoes off.
Okay.
No, it's a big threat.
Well, it's probably their protocol. Did they have shoelaces?
Yeah, shoelaces.
So it's probably just their protocol. So you didn't get hurt or anything like that? I know you have a lot of scratches and stuff like that. It's probably running through the woods, right?
Yes, I went through a few canals too.
Yeah. Are you wet?
The socks are wet.
You can take them off if you want, but I don't know what. So, look, there's no easy way around this, Dima, okay? It's either your side of the story or we just go with what the scene says. But I think that there's a lot more to it.
There is.
So why don't you just try to see if we can understand what.
But what does it get us?
I don't know what it's gonna get us. Maybe us trying to say, well, we could see that happening the way it did. You know,
To give an explanation of what happened last night, because right now we don't have it. We just have what we can see and what's there.
It's not that bad, you know. It has a lot to do with everything. It has a lot to do with everything that I've been through. The impetus inside.
yeah,
All the shit that I've seen.
What kind of shit have you seen?
I don't know, like, I mean, it might not make sense. I mean, like, what, so you see this scene from what happened, and like, why do you have to come in here and ask me about it? If you, like, where does it get us if you don't ask me, or, like, what's the point of this?
you have to understand that, you know, we're here to do a job. I'm trying to treat you just like I would treat anybody else.
So, like, we have this supposed conversation, like, it's just to get the other side of the stories, it's just about it.
You talking about the conversation we're having right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't have no side of the story. But we'd like to get yours.
and the other thing is like, I mean, do you call them mom and dad or do you call them something else?
Used to.
Used to? So, you wanna walk us through, or the other thing is, I'm worried about where did you put the knife? Because I don't want any kids or anything coming across it. Did you use a knife or was it something else?
It was not.
It was a knife? Do you know what kind of knife it was?
Yeah, the kitchen knife.
The kitchen knife? The silver handled one?
Yeah, I dropped the first one and then I went to grab a second one.
Did you use the big knife or the steak knives?
Steak knife.
The steak knife? So do you know where you dropped it or
No.
do you know if you took it with you or
No, I didn't take it with me.
do you know if you threw it in the woods or is it in the house?
You asked me, it's like, it sounds dumb, but you asked me, do I know if I threw it in the woods? I didn't take it with me. It was happening and I dropped it. Not that I had, and then I grabbed another one. Like, it was hard to understand.
Did it break off?
Break water.
The knife?
What we use the second one is what he's trying to get at.
That's where I started.
So
Where did it start? The bedroom? The living room?
Yep.
was your dad sleeping?
Yep.
Did you guys have a fight prior to this?
No.
It just raged?
It's a lot of things.
What did you think about last night?
Sleep. thinking, oh, like, I don't like the situation, I don't like the people on good, so I'm just gonna kill.
So you said that if you don't like the people that you're with, you want to kill them?
Not anybody. I mean, has a lot to do with, like, the way I am and the way I see things, personal reasons. But, like, observations and, you know, like you said, you want to understand, it's like, it's hard to explain.
So have you had these thoughts for most of your life as a?
No.
No.
Just came up because of all the anger and all the,
So-
I wanna go back to the grind.
Yeah.
That's treason, it's treason,
Did you ask them, did you say that to your parents that you were going to go back to Ukraine, and did they put up a fight with you or something?
no, it's not that.
No.
No, personally, I wanna go back to the grind because I'm sick and tired of I'm just gonna put it on purpose.
Yeah. I hear you.
So what made you go in there and have an altercation with your dad?
It was not an obligation.
That's right. You got to sleep.
It's just that,
So what was he doing?
what do you mean?
Was he yelling, or did he wake up after you stabbed him?
You're asking some great questions.
Well, I mean, did he start fighting you? Because we know that he got out of bed somehow.
Yeah, you want me to stop?
Yeah. Do you know where you stabbed him first?
I was dark,
Where was your mom at?
right there.
She was next to him? Did she wake up?
Yep.
So you do know that, like, we're trying to piece this together, okay? So your dad starts getting up out of bed,
No, he wasn't. He was sleeping.
okay? And you stabbed him.
Yep.
Do you remember how many times?
Countless.
I'm sorry?
Countless.
Countless times? Did he ever get out of bed?
Yeah.
And then what? Did you push him against the wall? Or did he fall?
Just bleeding out. Going around the house. Trying to fight me back.
Okay. Did you stab him out in the living room, or
Yeah.
leaving out of the bedroom?
Yep.
Where was your mom at?
Going around the neighborhood asking for help.
Was she on the phone?
Possibly. Some called the police.
Did she hit you or anything, or try to fight you off, or?
She's a woman. What do you think she's gonna do?
Well, I can tell you that probably most women will either run or they're gonna fight back.
I tried to fight back, but there isn't much she could do.
All right. So,
Did she try to fight you back?
A little bit.
and then, did you stab her?
You already know I stabbed both of them. You're asking me questions around this. The questions that you already know.
I don't know for sure what happened there. That's-
Well, you know that I stabbed both of them. You're asking me, did I stab her? You know I did.
I mean, a lot of things could happen there. I don't know.
What happened when she ran out? Did she go out the front door?
Yep.
Did you close the door behind her, or did you?
I told her to get back inside.
And she kept going?
No, she went back inside.
At one point, did she go to the neighbors?
Yeah, that's not sure now. Sound cold?
Where was your dad at that point?
Dead?
Where at?
On the living room floor.
Did he fall into the couch a couple times, or no?
Yeah, I think he did. Can't remember.
Did he say anything?
And this this question's kind of, like, what, you're trying to get my side of the story, but you basically get an idea of what this is.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to get my side of the story, but I just brutally stabbed one of the parents. What is there to get?
When your mom came back in the house, what happened?
Do you hear what he said?
Yeah, I know. But we know that you stabbed your dad to death, but your mom did leave to go to the neighbors. Did you go back out there to get her, or?
Yes.
So did you run across the grass, or,
Yes.
and you yelled at her?
No, I said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where was she at that point? Do you remember?
Neighbor's house.
In the driveway, front door, or what? Driveway?
So she comes back. Did she listen to you? She comes back. Do you guys talk at all?
Yeah, I tried to talk to her.
How did that conversation go?
It was a monologue.
So did you stab her already at that time, at that point?
After I finished saying what I had to say.
What's that?
After I finished saying what I had to say.
After you said what you had to say to her, then you stabbed her?
Yes.
Where?
All over the place, like you. Don't you already notice?
Did you cut her throat?
No, just
You stabbed her in the throat? And she laid right there?
no, she's terrified me back.
Where was she where was your mom when you stabbed her? Were you guys in that house at that point? Did you start outside?
In the house.
All the times that you stabbed your mom was inside the house?
Yep.
Okay. Where at? In the living room, the bedroom, the kitchen?
Yeah.
Was she sitting on the couch or no?
Yep.
Which couch, the small one or the big one?
Small.
Were you sitting there with her?
I was standing up.
And you were talking to her, and
Yeah.
what was she saying back?
Pretty much nothing.
She wasn't crying, pleading for her life or anything.
She was.
She was. So you stabbed her in the throat? Was that the last time you stabbed her, or you kept stabbing her?
Kept stabbing.
At what point did you go get the other knife?
When I lost the first one.
Was that on your father?
Yep.
So it's just a steak knife?
Yep.
Where was the dog at?
In the bedroom.
In the master bedroom?
Yeah. I wouldn't kill a dog because there's no reason to kill a dog.
Yeah. What's the dog's name?
Sparkle.
Sparkle. Okay.
What was the reason to kill your parents?
There's many reasons.
Can you give us one reason?
I don't like him.
What did they do to make you not like them? I don't know. I'm asking. I don't live your life, you know. I don't live with you guys.
I mean, yeah. But I was gonna tell you that. Well, yeah, in America, yeah, you get whatever you want, you know, life's easy, but I don't see it like that. It's like,
How do you see it? Help me understand.
well, I'm basically a nobody coming from nowhere. You know?
And that's that when your parents adopted you?
No, that was my best one. I just,
Okay.
what I'm basically saying is, the way I see things is not laying that way. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you that I've tried to control my parents, that's not what it is. I'm not that fucked up man, you know. But it's just, my adopted parents really never taught me anything, you know?
They never taught you anything, you said?
Yeah, it's like, I feel like I'm like a self-learner, you know, like I basically tell myself like what to do, what not to do, and like when I first came to this country, I was like, I didn't like the way I was treated, and you know, yeah, I misbehave a lot, but it has nothing to do. After I got older, it's like I said, it's stupid.
They
The
know.
reason is stupid. The reason that I killed is stupid.
Yeah. So did they adopt you from Ukraine?
Foster care.
Foster care? So you came over here and was put in foster care?
No, I was foster care because my real mother died and my family picked me up, and then the truth is they didn't want to put up with me for some reason, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Your real family just want to put you in foster care for everybody.
Did your adoptive family love you? Like, did it seem like it?
Yeah, they love me, but at the same time,
At the same time,
it was not always about love and family, like controlling
them controlling you, or
and sometimes,
how so? Like, physically or
no,
mentally, or
like,
telling you what you can and can't do,
like, you know, who's the household of the house? Who's the household in the house?
or, I mean,
A man that,
yeah,
right?
it's different from whoever you ask, you know?
Well, it's different where we ask because this country's so fucked up, but the answer is man. And you know, my mom was, you know, sometimes act like she's the household.
Mm-hmm.
The house, the
Head of the
head
household.
of the household.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, sometimes women, you know, they feel like.
Yeah, I know.
So did that set you off?
No, it was just like I was just telling you, just many reasons.
Yeah, it just
That's
started.
just one of the
Yeah.
reasons.
Something had to set you over the edge, man, about last night with your dad, like, for you to go in there. Your adoptive dad and go in there and do what he did. No. What?
It's a lot of
was
shit.
that? What?
It's some things don't relate to it. It's
Like what?
like just being tired of, you know, like I just said, being sick and tired of putting up to bullshit that this country has about.
Well, when you made you take that out on your parents, so why did you lead to that? What happened?
Because they're part of it.
Did you work yesterday?
Yep. So, a fucking 12-hour shift.
At King's Plastic?
Yeah.
So when you came home,
Crazy person.
when you came home, how were you feeling? Tired?
Yeah. I'm tired.
And you didn't want to be messed with?
I see what you're trying to say. It's not that.
No.
You weren't pissed off and anything?
No, I was not pissed off at anything.
And did you do any drink any alcohol or do
Yeah, I
any
did.
drugs?
I drank some alcohol.
What'd you have?
Whiskey.
Whiskey. Do you drink whiskey straight or
Straight.
do you put it in a glass with ice or?
No,
Just straight.
Straight.
And how much do you usually drink? Or how much did you drink last
I
night?
can drink a lot or I can drink a little. Yesterday was not. I didn't drink a lot yesterday.
No.
But it has nothing to do with what happened.
Okay, so,
You might think it does because what? Alcohol doesn't affect you on your mind, but I've been mad for a long time now. There's nothing to do.
okay, so I was just trying to get at, were you drunk and they pissed you off and you just lost your cool? Or you weren't drunk and you just lost your cool?
Like I said,
The alcohol didn't affect you?
it's like, I lost my cool many times, but not to this point.
Where were you when you lost your cool?
Sit in my car drinking. It's not, alcohol, well, like, alcohol just brings out the true me, it's not like, my anger, I try to control my anger when I'm not drinking, but, like, alcohol, it doesn't, like, it just makes me, just basically makes me how I really feel. Because I've been drinking for a long time, but alcohol just, like, or cigarettes, I smoke cigarettes, and I'm sitting there, I'm so pissed off about everything.
So you're sitting in your car outside, help me paint a picture, you're sitting in your car outside, you're pissed off, you're steaming off something. Is that when you decide to get out of your car and go inside?
Yeah.
And you go inside and do you go straight to the kitchen? Do you know what happens when you go inside? Where do you go?
Why do you ask me that?
Well, I'm trying to understand the process of what happened.
You go to my bedroom,
You went in your bedroom. And then what happened?
Well, I know what I'm trying to do, so I get over it.
So were you having those thoughts when you were in the bedroom and
Yep.
Did they start while you were in the car?
Yep.
So you start having the thoughts in the car, you go into the house, you go into your bedroom, and you continue to have the thoughts, and what happens at that point?
Well, you know what?
Yeah, but did something trigger it, or did you just say, I'm doing it?
I just don't do
So you go over to the kitchen and you get the knife out of the butcher block?
Yeah.
And then you went straight to your dad?
it. Mm-hmm.
Did you pick your dad because you knew that you have to disable him first?
Yeah.
And was mom sleeping in bed next to dad?
Yep. Sounds crazy, doesn't it?
Well, it's your story, so.
No, it's still a pretty easy story. Like I just said, it's stupid. Reason for why I did this is stupid.
Was your dad able to get back at you in any way? Like, was he able to manhandle you at all, or no?
Try to. No, I'm strong enough to do it.
So he gets up out of bed and you guys have like a fist fight, or like he's trying to grab onto you, or like how does that all happen?
You just blow over him, you can't hold on.
He started trying to grab you.
Yeah, can't hold on.
And how did it go? How did it lead to the living room?
I was trying to get away from me, I guess.
Okay, you followed him into the living room?
Yep. I know I really had a good family before I came to this country, and then when I came here, I was already basically on my own, with my own world inside my head, and you come here and you have to put up with somebody else. Because I don't know these people, they're strangers, they say they want to bring you into your family, but where I come from, it's not that easy. You just become a family.
When did you get adopted? How old were you?
2016?
16?
Well, 2016.
Oh, okay. Did you go to North Carolina?
Yeah, I dropped out.
Oh, you dropped out. What grade did you drop out? 10? Did you get in trouble there or anything?
No, this shit that they try to teach in high school is just unacceptable, so I dropped out. Like, you said you open your eyes over what? Do you know what the stuff they teach in high school?
Yeah, I do, and it's pretty atrocious. But.
Well, I saw that when I first went to high school, and I don't feel it.
Yeah. Now, did you know English before you came to this country, or?
No.
No?
I did not, because I didn't like learning English.
Yeah.
We had English classes that I could learn. completely fine.
So when did you like start talking fluent English?
I started talking with Americans and when I got fluent
You know, and you can still talk, is it Ukraine or is it?
Ukrainian. Yeah, I can try, it's been a while.
You know,
Russian, I've been speaking Russian too.
okay. You speak any other languages?
No,
No. So did you try cleaning up?
no,
Because
clean up the knife and put it back.
you cleaned up the knife and put it back. How many, so there was 2 knives in there? Or was the whole?
Two steak knives, two dressing wash.
Okay.
Did you wash both knives and put them back?
I wasn't trying to find the element, I should.
The first one?
Well, the thought was going through my head is I should have left earlier, so, because I know the area, and I could have got away from police. I could have got away from police chasing me, because I knew the area, and when I was driving on the highway, I knew what I should have done, but I did. I still got away from it.
So you did see the police there?
Yeah, they pulled up from all this, from everywhere.
Did you hear what the police officer said to you?
I don't give a shit.
No, but I mean, you know.
I heard
Did you say
something,
something?
I heard something.
Okay.
So the knife that you cleaned off and put back in the butcher block, do you think that was the first one or the second one?
Like, the way you asked me that question, do I think that was the first one? That was, well, maybe, yeah, I guess I get it where you asked me that, but same time, it's like, I know it was the second one.
Okay.
So I couldn't find the first one.
Mm-hmm. Did you get caught? In your hands?
Because trying to stab somebody with a steak knife the way I was doing it, you yourself too.
Is it bad because of your hands?
It's not that bad.
Did you get it in there?
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
How were you stabbing? Was the fist going
Different
top
ways.
to bottom? Do you mind showing me?
I mean, it was like, sometimes I would barely hold a knife and still stab them, you know. It's whatever.
Did you get a lot of blood on you?
Yep.
Did you try to rinse it off or?
See it right now. Well, I rinsed most of it off. Like I said, I was trying to, because I know how fast police respond, so I was trying to get away as fast as I can, but it wasn't like, no, I could have actually drove on a highway without police chasing me.
Mm-hmm.
But washed myself up. No, I had to swim in a few canals. That's how I got everything washed up.
Okay.
Get away. Because I was watching helicopter and Scotland. You know, that's hardest thing to get away from.
Did you expect to be a cop outside?
I don't give a shit. I just get on my phone and leave.
No, I know that. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did it because I know that someone called. Someone had to call. It is messed up though. You know it and I know it.
What you did?
Yeah.
So where were you gonna go to? Like,
I was gonna try and go to like Orlando port and try to find some kind of ship and get on and leave.
mm-hmm.
Like see if I can get the ship because I just want to get to the party.
So were you gonna try to go back to the Ukraine or?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to do. You know, we had a lot of family issues and I really wanted to.
God.
I really want us to be family again because we were not really like one.
Yeah.
Did you guys get, like at first, you were
Yeah,
alright,
first.
and
Yeah, it was all right first.
what happened that you guys kind of separated a little bit, or went through some issues?
It's just the past.
Your past, their past?
No, our past. It is just, like I said, it's too complicated to explain. I don't even feel right to explain. But it's the past that triggers me.
Did they ever hurt you?
No.
Okay. I was just concerned about that because, you know, sometimes people will adopt or foster and then they'll
Abuse.
Yeah.
So, obviously, we know your side of the story and what happened, but I'd really like to know if you would tell me some of the things that specifically made you feel that way, like what led up to that. You know, I know you said a couple of things, you know, your past, when you're younger, just your childhood and stuff like that, but what are the other things specifically with your parents that, that caused you to explode?
I honestly don't know which one. You know, it's like try to think about it, you know.
Are you willing to try?
I'm trying right now.
Okay.
I don't know, it's,
I know it's eating at you, man, but I can tell some stuff happened, you know, there's something that's making you feel that way.
yeah, it's like, like I was telling you, it's other stuff that's not related to yesterday's situation that made me do
Yeah, I know you told me that, and I remember that, I'm curious as to what, you know, I wanna know what the hell was leading you up that bad, man? What happened between you guys, like,
it. Doesn't
how
have
bad was your relationship, like, what,
Our time in the past. No, we just had a bunch of arguments.
recently, how
They
recently?
tell you, like, that's it, I'm gonna call police. They say they're gonna try to call police if I don't leave. Like I said, the part that I'm not telling you is, you know, I'm not a good kid. I was telling you, I was not raised right. And I've been misbehaving and not listening and not doing what I'm told. And now we got all those family issues. But it was half me and half him.
That makes sense, man, I know it's nothing's one-sided, you know, there's some two sides to a story, you know.
Yeah, because I know that I heard like, I was mad at, they were mad at me too, and I was mad at them. You know, I was like, my mom like cares about me more than my dad does, and then he says that I don't need marriage because apparently not.
He said that you ruined their marriage?
Yeah, because like, you know, like, you know, your mom loves you more than your dad, and then she tries to spend more time with you when your dad is not, and it looks like I don't know.
Do you think that's what happened?
No,
Were they going through rough times too?
they weren't rough times because they had rough times since the first game.
So did they argue a lot?
Because of me, yeah, it was all about,
Oh, just about you?
yeah, because, you know,
Who would stand up for you?
parents, mom,
Mom would?
parenting issues.
Yeah.
I had parenting issues too, and they knew it too, because we had conversations.
Were they from Florida?
No,
Where are they from?
mom's from my dad's from Massachusetts.
Did they get married or meet down here? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long were they married? Do you know? 20-something years.
How
And were they real estate agents or?
yeah, when I first came here, doing the house.
Mom and dad?
Yeah, that was one of the first things I had to do when I came here, doing on houses, put on places and selling houses.
Mm-hmm.
What does mom do now?
What?
What was mom do now? Like, what does she do for work now?
What she did for work?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, help advertise properties, I think. Put them out there so people.
So your mom and dad were both doing real estate still, but.
Somewhat.
Okay.
Did they scratch you in the fight? when you were stabbing?
Maybe, but it doesn't matter, like.
Are these all from?
These are all from running away from police, because that's all to impossible. Bushy.
Yeah.
Bushy. But, yeah, I guess, my mom did like, basically, advertising properties for whoever, so they see it.
Do you remember what your mom said at all last night when you guys were talking after you killed your dad?
She didn't say much.
What did she say? Do you remember?
Like I said, she didn't say much.
Did she say she loved you?
No. She didn't say that.
No.
Right.
Did she ask you to stop?
When?
At any point? When you guys were talking, yeah, you said, I believe you said she was sitting on the couch.
Yeah, she
You were
did.
sitting there talking to her. What did she say? No.
She said I'm bleeding cold English.
What did you tell her?
I just ignored it. Like, why would I do that?
Did you stab her again after that?
Yep.
Do you remember her?
No, it's just all over the place.
You weren't gonna call for an ambulance? Then
Why would I?
I don't know, just want to ask.
No, I wouldn't.
So I think what Detective St. Jean's trying to get at was, we know that you were having problems with your dad. Your mom stuck up for you whenever the arguments were going. So we
Yeah,
did.
okay, family issues.
Yeah, but
Sometimes.
so did you have like a feeling of remorse after you stabbed your mom and she's asking for an ambulance? You didn't feel anything? Did you want to make sure that she was dead before you left, so you were hoping to get away with it?
No, it's not the case.
How did you end up on the couch to?
Stone on the floor. I mean, you're asking very disturbing questions.
Disturbing questions?
Yes, disturbing.
Is it starting to get to you now?
Well, it's not like it's scary to me, it's just, if you listen to the stuff that you're asking, why would you be asking that?
Again, we have a job to do and we have to make sure that everything matches up to the scene and what your side of the story is. Obviously, you raged out last night and this was boiling from probably the last month that you were here, right? Were you here in a month? Yeah. So last night, you're sitting in your car, you started drinking a little bit, and you just came up with this, that you were gonna do something then.
I came out before that.
After work?
No, it was good, days before that.
So what?
I had those stuff before that.
Days, months, what?
No, listen.
Okay. Is it because of all the fighting? And they didn't want you back in the house?
No, it's a lot of things.
Again, like everything, like a combination of everything.
Yes.
You've been thinking about killing both of your parents for how long?
Not sure, it's not, I don't
Like a day?
I don't plan on it, sit there and think about it all day long, it just comes up in my head and I go do it.
Was last night the first time that you actually thought about killing your parents?
No,
So you thought about it previous, but you didn't act on it, obviously. What made you like come to that point last night that you were like, I'm done, this is over?
because I don't really like most people. I don't know. I would miss my parents, honestly. Because of,
Did you miss your parents? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
like, no, I mean, I try to get back with them and have, and us to be family, but It didn't seem like there was anything else.
Did you think you were back in the corner or something?
No. I don't know.
Just it made you upset or?
Yeah, it made me upset. Nothing's, feels like nothing's going right for me.
Yeah.
Which it is, you know, but at the same time, it's not.
There was a stab wound, I think, in your dad's leg. Did you?
Maybe accidental, I don't know.
Okay. But everything else was you meant to do.
How did your mom make it to, I know I've already asked you this, but we didn't really kind of elaborate on it. How did your mom make it from the couch to where she's laying on the floor?
She fell down.
She stood up and
Yeah.
did she crawl at all? Was she able to try to get away from you or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was she trying to crawl to your dad?
Possibly.
She had a towel there. Where did that towel come from?
That's how that house was put us up on.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, that town on the floor does. That's what it does.
Oh, for the dog. Okay.
So the towel that was on the sink,
That was you.
where'd you get that towel from?
Yeah.
Your bathroom?
No.
Is that what the drops of blood on your bathroom floor was?
Blood above me, yeah.
Yeah. Did you go anywhere else besides your bathroom and the master bedroom and the living room?
Did you go into my bedroom? Make sure the covers.
You went to your bedroom?
Yeah.
Would you grab like a?
Laptop, on, money, and my drinks. I want to have some in lot.
Mm-hmm. Where's all that stuff now? It's in the car. So you didn't get a chance to grab any of that stuff?
No, just cut out the cover, shut it up.
All right, Deputy, if you can collect the transcripts back from our jurors. You can turn the lights on, Fitz. I'll turn them on, actually, I got it.
The photographs, you told us the photographs of the defendant were taken after the interview. Were there other things that were done with the defendant in that interview room, in addition to photographs?
Yes, his buccal swab was taken, and I believe swabs of his fingernails.
Okay. Were you present when the defendant's buccal swabs were taken?
I was.
Can you tell the members of the jury what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is essentially cotton toothpick, if you will. It goes in your mouth and just rubs the side of your cheek to get DNA and skin cells.
Okay, and
Where are we with this witness? We're 5 o'clock right now.
2 minutes,
Oh, you're almost complete? Okay.
yes.
Are you okay, jurors, working past 5 to maybe finish with this witness? I see everybody shaking their head, yes. Would you like a short break before we, no, we're okay. All right, please continue, Ms. Fraley.
Thank you. Corporal, I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification in State's Exhibit number 25. Without opening this, are you able to identify the markings from the Venice Police Department, is that Venice Police Department? Northport Police Department, I beg your pardon, and Florida Department of Law Enforcement that ultimately received these buccal swabs from the defendant?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's number 25 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 will be admitted.
Thank you. Were the defendant's clothes collected
They
after
were.
his interview?
Yes, they were.
Okay. I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 26 and also State's Exhibit number 27. Can you look at those two items, please? Do you recognize these items?
I do.
Are these items in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from Dima Tower after his interview on September 1st of 2023?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'm offering into evidence State's Exhibit 26 and 27, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 and 27 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you. May I have the bailiff just present these to the members of the jury?
You may.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. It appears that our courtroom feed is back up. Looks like he's walking in. I'm assuming that we'll have the medical examiner on here for our afternoon. Oh, wait a minute. So we shall see what goes on. I'm assuming it's going to be the ME, and I know that he said he's going to have the case to the jurors tomorrow. So I don't know if the defendant is going to testify or not. So we'll just have to wait and see. I'll put a poll out there so you guys can decide whether y'all think he should get redrum 1, redrum 2. Which redrum should he get? Was this premeditated? Or was this manslaughter? We shall see.
we have all the jurors up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. State, do you have your witness here?
Yes,
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
it is.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, state, please call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Russell Vega.
Stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you come over here. Raise your right up that way.
Are you ready, state?
Yes, thank you.
Sure, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
My full name is Russell Scott Vega. The last name is spelled V-E-G-A.
Dr. Vega, what is your profession?
I'm a forensic pathologist or medical examiner.
All right. And what are the duties of a medical examiner?
The medical examiner's job is to investigate certain deaths. Those deaths are specified in statute or state law. And more or less, the deaths that the medical examiner is supposed to investigate are non-natural deaths, violent deaths, deaths that occur as a result of anything other than natural disease.
All right. And what is your jurisdiction as a medical examiner?
As the district medical examiner for this current district of District 12, my jurisdiction includes DeSoto and Manatee counties, as well as Sarasota County.
Will you tell the jury a little bit about your formal education, please?
Certainly. I got my undergraduate degree at Florida State University. I majored in physics and biochemistry at FSU. After graduating there, I went to medical school at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Following medical school, I did 2 years of training in general surgery and then 4 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology. Pathology is the subspecialty of medicine that deals with diagnosing diseases by looking at fluids, different laboratory tests, biopsies, organs removed at surgery, and by doing autopsies. And after all of that, I did a 1-year fellowship or subspecialty year in forensic pathology, and that's the branch of pathology which specializes in autopsy and in death investigations.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is an examination that is performed on somebody who's died, and that exam can be performed for different reasons, but generally it's to identify any diseases, complications, anatomic abnormalities, injuries, or other things which might be of interest to either doctors who order that or in our realm for medical examiner autopsies to figure out what the cause and the manner of death are.
All right, thank you. So I want to take you back to September 3rd of 2023, Doctor.
Yes.
Did you go to the death scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the members of the jury what are the advantages or the reasons for a medical examiner such as you to go to the death scene itself?
By examining the scene of a death where the body is still there, there is certain information which can be gathered, which can be helpful in the coming process of doing the autopsy at some later point, or to gather information which might be useful for law enforcement or other agencies at that point in their investigation. Some of the things that are of value in that scene investigation then are the ability to try to put together the circumstances that led up to the death, the evaluation of where the actual injuries that led to death occurred and whether or not they occurred elsewhere or at the site where the body was, and to get an idea of what the nature of the injuries or potential injuries, before we get out there, perhaps we don't know, but the nature of the injuries that led to the person's death. Finally, we might get information that leads us to a rough estimate of how long a person has been deceased and at that site.
Okay, and that is a rough estimate, isn't it, Doctor?
Very rough, yes.
Okay, because on TV shows, you always have a detective saying, how long has this person been dead? And the doctor says 2 hours and 27 minutes. Is that possible?
It is possible with certain elements, such as some kind of device which is tracing an individual's vital signs at the time, or even better, a surveillance video or something of that nature.
Right.
But just based on the autopsy findings, it can almost never be that precise.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to the death scene and did that examination that you talked about, looking at the circumstances surrounding it, the nature of the wounds, et cetera, did there come a time when the bodies of Robbie and Jennifer Tower were transported to the morgue?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform an autopsy on both Mr. and Mrs. Tower, Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
Yes, I performed autopsies on each of them.
When did those autopsies take place?
So the autopsies were performed on September 3rd of 2023.
Okay. Doctor, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 34A through 34K. And that includes double G, so 34G and 34 double G. Take a look at those for me, please.
Certainly. I've reviewed them.
You recognize these photos, Doctor, as the photographs that were taken at the time you autopsied the body of Robbie Tower?
They are, yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the procedure of the autopsy that you conducted?
They are.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, 34E, F, G, 34 double G, 34H, 34I, 34J, and 34K. Into evidence, please.
Any objection to 34A through K and double G?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's better if you put those lights down and put these on.
Is it routine practice, doctor, to take photographs during the course of the autopsy?
It is.
Why?
Photographs are the best form of documentation that we have, especially for external findings on the body. I can make notes, I can make verbal descriptions of findings, but nothing conveys the nature of many findings, especially injuries on the body, like a photograph does.
Let's look first at State's Exhibit 34A. And we're going to talk about some of the markings that you have as part of the autopsy procedure, specifically the letters that we find on Mr. Tower's body.
Yes.
So we're going to go first, even though this is not in chronological or numerical order on your autopsy report, but we're going to go first to the stab wounds on Robbie Tower's face, please.
Yes.
And by the way, were you able to document how many stab wounds were inflicted on Mr. Tower?
I was, although the determination is, it may not be exactly what somebody else would have determined with the same findings, because there's such a variation in terms of how deep or how severe or superficial the injuries are, that some of them I didn't classify necessarily as a counted stab wound or cut wound, but I did note the other injuries in my report. So in total, for Mr. Tower, I counted 68 stab or cutting type wounds, with more that were small or superficial or subtle wounds that were probably sustained in the same way, but not totally characteristic stab or cut wounds.
But at least 68 distinctive stab wounds that you could identify as such.
Yes.
Thank you. So let's look now at State's Exhibit 34A, and I'd like to talk about the wounds that you cataloged on the face of Mr. Tower. So let's talk about those, if you would, please.
Certainly.
So we can start anywhere you like, Doctor. If you want to start on the upper right cheek, or upper left cheek, pardon me.
Certainly. So the injuries that we see on the face here are this largest wound, which was labeled with the letter H, the much smaller and very superficial wound labeled T here, and then the wound on the chin labeled I. And I think it's maybe important to notice that, or to note that when I was assigning these letters, to some extent, it was largely a random application. I did it based on the letters I had at the time and what I was examining at the time, and it doesn't have any correlation to timing or anything else with the injuries. So of these, H is the most visible on the skin, obviously. I believe, is 2 separate wounds which are just joined. In other words, they were very close together and seemed to form one single wound. Of these wounds, none of them caused any major injury. The injuries really just involve soft tissue only.
And in addition to these that we can see in 34A, I want to move to 34B. And take a look at the wound that you called S, which was also included as a stab wound to the face.
Yes.
Can you please tell us a little bit about this wound?
This wound is a wound which involves the back edge of the ear. So this is the left ear. So in this photo, the nose would have been oriented here, and the back of the head here, the neck over here. And this wound essentially cut through all of the tissue over the back edge of the ear, essentially at the same level as the ear canal here.
Let's look at 34C, please. Now we're going to move on to your recitation of the stab wounds of the back. And the back of the neck, I should say. So let's look at this photograph, 34C. And there's quite an extensive amount of lacerations here. So would you please just start wherever you like and talk about them?
So all of these injuries are relatively similar, meaning that are all injuries that are inflicted with a sharp instrument like a knife. There are some which are longer on the skin than others, or that are wider. I would not take that to mean that they were inflicted with a different instrument. They might all have been inflicted with the same instrument. It depends on what's done with that knife. Once it's in the skin, it's very easy to flex a little bit along the skin with the blade and cause the stab wound to be longer on the skin. And also the tension on the skin is what determines how wide the injury appears here. So even though these injuries on the back of the neck and the upper back have varying appearances, they all were potentially really sustained in the same way with a stab with a knife. Of these injuries, the vast majority of all of these, that includes the clusters of injuries on the back of the neck, the very upper back here, and lower in the back, that for the most part, these injuries involved only soft tissue and did not penetrate to any deeper major blood vessels or organs.
So would a person have been able to survive if they had only sustained these injuries and even the ones on the face?
Potentially, yes. Long-term complications, of course, could ensue, but in the short term, yes.
So I would also like to go to 34D because that's hard to see in this photograph. And there's a stab
This here? This is,
No,
oh.
I'm sorry, my 34D.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm sorry, doctor. Photograph 34D, because there's a stab wound on the neck end, which I'd like you to talk about, and I wasn't able to find a photograph that included that on the larger 34C. So can you tell us a little bit about N?
Yes, although It will help if I refer to my records here. And,
Refresh your recollection, yes.
yeah, and
It appears to be a cluster of a number of wounds that you just cataloged as M.
yes. So this cluster is involving the left side of the neck. What I describe in my report is it's posterolateral, meaning it's the side of the neck and toward the back. So the back left side of the neck. And there are several stab wounds that you see here. I counted this as 5, but some of the stab wounds I think that you can see on the edges of this photo were included in another grouping.
Let's go now to, I'm going to backtrack a little bit and go to a wound on the scalp. We're going to look at State's Exhibit 34E. And that's going to be the first wound that you talked about in your report.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about this.
For orientation, this is the top of the scalp. So this is the very edge of the left ear that you're seeing here. The right ear would be more or less over here in this photograph if it were extended. And this is a short stab wound, essentially right to the top of the head.
Superficial as well.
It is. Of all the injuries that we've discussed so far, none of them, with the possible exception of one, really caused any significant deeper injury. It was all soft tissue injury.
Let's move next to State's Exhibit 34F. And now we're going to talk about the left side of the neck.
Yes.
And the injuries that were inflicted to Mr. Tower. Looks like there's a lot of clusters there. Could you just go through that for the members of the jury, please?
Yes. And I would point out that we've already looked at in closer detail at this cluster here and at the injury to the left ear here. What we really haven't seen before is this cluster over the left upper neck and cheek area. It's labeled J, and then these other clusters which are at the base of the neck and over the top of the shoulder region here that are M, L, R, K, and G.
Now I'm going to I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, and I'm going to go to the larynx because that's how you discussed it in your report. So let's look now at States 34G. And first of all, will you tell the members of the jury, might be oversimplifying, you probably know this already, but where is the larynx located?
So the larynx is the medical word for the voice box. The front part of the larynx is what you feel in your neck, is the Adam's apple. What we see in this photograph is the larynx removed from the neck. And for orientation, this is the base of the tongue here. So this is the front of the specimen. This is the back of the specimen. This is the larynx structure itself, and the larynx has a cartilaginous backing to it that can be pretty hard. I opened that so that I could look at the internal surface of the larynx. This is the epiglottis, and that's the flap which closes over your airway when you're swallowing or eating. This is your vocal cord here and here. This structure is called the false vocal fold. It looks like a vocal cord, but it's not. The rest of what we see is injury. There's some bruising here and a cut here in this tissue to the side of the larynx. And then there are large cuts here, here, there, and here. There's also one there that you can see a little bit of bruising from on the other side here, which these cuts go through the full thickness of the tissue. And these were cuts which were the endpoints of stab wounds which originated on the neck. Some of those we've seen, those were the stab wounds of the left side of the neck, mostly in that J cluster. And then on the right side, probably at least one was from some wounds on the right side of the neck that we have not looked at yet.
How many separate perforations were you able to see in Mr. Tower's larynx?
I found 6.
Now, I also see some, what is that white, is that used as a trajectory rod? That white thin object that we see on, what is that?
This is really, it's just a small wooden stick that I improvised to use to hold this open because there's a lot of tension here. And if I don't have something holding it open, it'll close and you won't be able to see the structures here as well. So I just used this essentially to prop it open so I could photograph the findings.
And those other instruments are also to keep it open?
Yes, these are what we call forceps. They're like tweezers.
Let's look at another picture of the larynx, please. Maybe might be helpful. This is 34 double G. And can you just orient us? Is there anything on this photograph that helps the jury to see those 6 separate perforations of the larynx?
Well, the perforations here to the side, I think you get a better feel for the extent of this. This is I'm encircling the opening here on the left side of the larynx. You can see that one perhaps a little more clearly too, and then you can better appreciate the bruising you see in the tissue adjacent to that here in the soft tissue or mucosa, which forms the wall of the larynx on both the left side and the right side here too, to some extent.
What happens to somebody's larynx or voice box when they sustain this kind of injury?
It would certainly impede your ability to vocalize or speak. Because the larynx isn't transected, it's hard to know exactly what that effect would be. It's possible that one still could have been able to vocalize or speak some, but it's also possible that that might have been greatly impaired.
I'd like to go to State Exhibit 34H now, and we're going to look at some more injuries to Mr. Tower's face and his head. So can you please tell us about T?
Yes, T is a single stab wound. I want to make sure that I separate that out for you.
That's found under
Yeah,
your...
yes.
Yeah, on page.
So T does, even though it's not particularly long, it does potentially go deep to the level of where the carotid artery was. And unfortunately, because there's a lot of injuries which are coalescent under the skin, it didn't allow me necessarily to be able to correlate a single individual internal injury with the stab wound on the outside that caused it, because they commingled as the stab wounds went into the tissue. But it's possible that T caused an injury to the carotid artery, which is deep there.
So are you telling us that you don't know if T was the entrance point to injure the carotid artery, or that you're not sure if the carotid artery was actually injured?
The carotid artery was injured. I just wasn't sure which stab wound caused it.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then let's look at O, that's on Mr. Tower's temple, or above his ear.
Yes. So O is not a deep injury, and normally I wouldn't necessarily have categorized that as one of the injuries that I would count and put a separate letter to. But in this case, I chose to do that to accentuate this particular finding. This is a scrape on the skin, what we call an abrasion. And the reason that I included this is it's a patterned abrasion. The pattern consists of multiple parallel lines that are perpendicular to this single line here and extending downward from that. You see 3 or 4 of them there pretty clearly. I believe this is the same thing here, but they're blending together in this broader area of scraping here. This injury was probably sustained as a single impact or brush with a knife or possibly some other implement. Maybe this was from 2 impacts, one causing this and the other causing this with the scraping, almost looking like the teeth of a comb there.
All right, thank you. Then, I know that there were numerous stab wounds to Mr. Tower's right and left shoulders, but I want to move on to stab wounds of the chest, please. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to 34A so that we can look at those again. So we use this photograph, 34A, to talk about the wounds on Mr. Tower's face. Now I'd like to see if we can't focus on his chest, of which there are 4 wounds. So let's talk about those 4 perforations, please.
Certainly. The 4 I think you're referring to are the labeled injuries of F, C, B, and A. There are a few smaller superficial injuries that are really scratches, essentially, up here, at the top left of his chest, and then down here on the upper part of the right side of his abdomen. Those are the kind of injuries I was talking about before that I didn't necessarily number, but were additional injuries that he had sustained. With regard to the 4 numbered ones, though, A is the largest of these and perhaps thus draws your attention most immediately. These are all shorter on the skin. All of these penetrated some distance into the soft tissue. None of these injuries really caused, or these stab wounds caused any deeper injury, only soft tissue injury, with the possible exception of B, which probably nicked the internal mammary artery. It's a small artery which runs inside, well, on the underside of the sternum. And based on the way that the dissection is done, I thought that B had nicked that artery, but it was just hard to tell. It would have been a small injury. Over time, it could have caused some significant bleeding, but not one that I would have expected to immediately cause death.
So again, with these 4, if medical assistance had been forthcoming, they would not have been fatal.
That's correct.
I'd also like to look at stab wounds at the back, and you have those cataloged on page 9 of your report. And again, I'm going to revisit one of my exhibits, states 34C. So let's talk about those wounds to Mr. Tower's back, please, his upper back.
Yes, so the injuries to his back, especially if you mean by upper back, all these that you can see in the letters. Yes. Again, these are injuries which are of different sizes and shapes, but all, in my opinion, sustained in the same way with a stab wound by an instrument like a knife. Of these, I have small clusters such as DD, and then I have individual injuries like FF, BB, EE, and GG, and small cluster here of HH. Of all of these injuries, there was only one which was in the cluster of DD, which caused more than just soft tissue injury. And one of those in DD appears to have caused a small injury in the spinal cord by passing deep enough to go past the spine, the bones around the spinal cord, and to nick the spinal cord there.
And then I'm going to go to 34I to continue with the injuries to the back. So this encompasses the injuries that we just saw and a few more that are down on Mr. Tower's left side, sort of his shoulder there, on his left shoulder, and also on his left arm.
Yes.
Can you just briefly go through those?
Yes. So this is an injury to the back of his left shoulder, an injury to his lower left chest on the side, and an injury to his left forearm. Of these, this is again the most visually noticeable of the injuries, and I would call this more of a slashing kind of injury. It was not extremely deep, but does have a broad length on the skin. This involved only soft tissue without any other major injury, as did this injury I. The stab wound K went a little more deeply and did have a little penetration into the lung cavity, which is right below there. And it put a small stab wound into the lower lobe of the left lung. It was a small penetration, and there was very little bleeding, and there was really no collapse of the left lung on that side. So I think over time that could have been a potentially serious injury, but I believe that Mr. Tower died before it had a chance to manifest it being more serious, and that it really didn't cause him any particular impairment during the time of his life following the first infliction of injuries till the time he passed.
Now, there are also numerous injuries on the upper and lower, especially the upper extremities, the arms, left and right arms, and also some to the legs, both the right and left leg. But I want to talk to you about defensive wounds, if any. Did you see any sign of defensive wounds?
He did have injuries to his hands, which can be considered or might be described by some people as defensive wounds.
Okay, so let's look at those photographs, which are 34J, and I have another one that's just a close-up of 34J, 34K. When you look at those, can you tell if those are defensive wounds?
What I can tell you is that this particular injury is consistent with a knife blade coming across the finger like this. And it's characteristic of the kind of injury one would sustain while trying to grab a knife.
told us that based upon your count, it appeared that Mr. Tower sustained approximately 68, give or take 68 wounds. Can you tell us what was the specific cause of Mr. Tower's death?
Yes. Despite the vast number or the high number of those stab wounds, the stab wounds that really were significant were the ones in the neck that ended up injuring a couple of different large vessels. The carotid artery we've already talked about was one. Another artery was the subclavian artery, which is the artery that goes from the aorta over to the shoulders, goes through the base of the neck. Of course, there were many other smaller vessels which were cut as a result of all of these stabs. It was the bleeding from all of those injuries, especially the carotid and subclavian arteries, but all of those injuries which were his cause of death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of Mr. Tower's death?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that opinion is, please?
In my opinion, the manner of death was and remains homicide.
I want to move on now to Jennifer Towers, please. Dr. Vega, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 33A through 33Q. Look at those for me, please. Do you recognize these photographs as having been taken during the autopsy of Jennifer Tower?
I do.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of Jennifer Tower at the time of her autopsy in September 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, offering States Exhibit 33A through 33Q into evidence.
No objection.
33A through Q will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
As to Jennifer Tower, Dr. Vega, were you able to count the number of penetrating stab wounds and superficial wounds that were inflicted?
Yes.
How many?
As with Mr. Tower, there were some small injuries that I did not include in that count, but the injuries that I did categorize that way totaled 79.
First place, I would like to look are the stab wounds to Ms. Tower's face, and we're going to be reviewing State's Exhibit 33A. And if you would just start wherever you like, Doctor, and just describe for the members of the jury what your findings were.
Well, as you described, this is a photograph of the left side of Ms. Tower's face, and here we have fairly distinct single marked stab wounds A, B, C, and D, and then there's a large cluster here designated as E, which you can see some but not all of, and then there's this cluster at the very upper part of the left side of the chest, perhaps you might say the top of the shoulder, designated as F. But focusing maybe on these four, A, B, C, and D, these were injuries which, like the other injuries that we've seen in Mr. Tower, are different sizes and shapes, different amounts of gaping, but basically all consistent with stabbing by the same or similar knives. All of these injuries involved the soft tissues and no real major vascular or vital organ injuries. So like very similar actually to Mr. Tower, the facial injuries largely superficial.
Okay, let's go to 33B, please. And now we're looking at the right side of Jennifer Tower's face and neck. Can you describe this group of, this cluster of stab wounds, please?
Yes, this cluster of stab wounds we see here is remarkable for a couple of things. Maybe one thing that I didn't point out as much in the other cluster as well is that those stab wounds, not A, B, C, and D, but the E ones. You know, we didn't really talk about this, so I'll save that for later. I apologize.
Well, I won't remember it later.
I will. So in W, what we see here is that they're all essentially parallel to each other. They're all horizontal to the ground. It's not a very tight cluster, but the fact that all of these are roughly parallel to one another suggests that these were all inflicted on or at about the same time, with the position of the assailant and Ms. Tower here not changed. And to me, that suggests that she was already incapacitated at the time that these injuries were sustained. Of these, and I'm going to have to refer to my notes here. These involved a lot of soft tissue underlying. One of these perforated superficially into the right side of the larynx. One caused injury to the internal jugular vein, and one caused a transection or a complete cutting of the carotid artery near the skull base. Like previously, I can't tell you which of these injuries specifically here caused which internal injury, because once you get past the skin, they commingled too much and I was unable to separate the tracks.
But perforations of the carotid artery and the jugular vein are lethal, may not be. Are they lethal?
Would be expected to be lethal, yes.
And then, how many specific stab wounds do we find in this grouping?
I describe this as 14 separate wounds. There are a couple, like this looks like it might be one long wound, but I counted this as 2 separate wounds. It appeared to have 2 separate tracks, at least for a brief time under the skin.
And you said that the assailant and Ms. Tower, the victim, were essentially in the same position for all of these stabbing?
That's what the clustering suggests, yes.
Thank you. Let's go now to State's Exhibit 33C. And now we're looking at the left side of Ms. Tower's face, her upper cheek. And let's talk about these injuries, please.
So this is almost a mirror image of what we saw in the last photo, the left side of the face. So here's the left ear. And of these injuries, you can see D and a little bit of B here that we already described. This cluster, very much like W, has many injuries which are all at essentially the same orientation. They're all relatively parallel to one another. And this clustering suggests that the injuries were all sustained at or about the same point in time, where the assailant and Ms. Tower were not moving relative to one another. Again, likely that she was already incapacitated at this time. These injuries also became commingled underneath the skin, so I was unable to specifically separate out the wound tracks of them as they went deeper, but at least one of them injured the left internal jugular vein. So we saw an injury to the right internal jugular vein from the other side, and this cluster of injuries caused at least one injury to the left internal jugular vein.
What is the function of the jugular vein, Doctor?
The jugular vein brings all of the blood from the brain and much of the face and the other tissues of the head and neck down to go back to the superior vena cava and back to the heart.
What is the function of the carotid artery?
The carotid arteries on each side are the main arteries which supply blood to the brain. They also supply blood to the eyes and the facial muscles and essentially all the structures and tissues in the head.
Let's look now at States 33D, and this is going to be another cluster of wounds. That are delineated as X. So,
Yes.
could you tell us about that grouping?
Yes, I have a small grouping of injuries labeled X. There are other injuries, Y, A, Z, perhaps we'll see in other photos, but these injuries are to the back left side of the neck. So this is that cluster that we just looked at in E. And these injuries involve soft tissue, but no major vascular or vital structure injury.
Talk about this, would you describe that as a cluster, or are they too far apart to be a cluster?
I think a cluster is a reasonable description for how I chose to document and photograph these injuries. They have similarity to the other ones that we've seen, the other clusters, in that the injuries are relatively parallel. They're not quite as tightly clustered, and there is a little variation in the angle, but I suspect that these injuries were also sustained in a similar way after Ms. Tower was essentially incapacitated.
And just to remind the jury, when you first arrived at the death scene, describe how the victims were lying. Were they prone or supine?
They were both prone, meaning they were lying face down.
So Ms. Towers would have been in this position, and so would Mr. Towers. Mr. and Mrs. Towers would have been in this position face down when these wounds were inflicted. If what you say, well, I know you can't opine about that, but
Objection, counsel testifying.
Sustained.
would these wounds have been inflicted after Ms. Towers was incapacitated?
I believe so, yes.
Now I want to talk about the stab wounds to Jennifer Towers' chest. So I'm going to move on to State's Exhibit 33F. And this is a close-up, doctor, so if you can just tell us about O and P and the injuries and the damage to Ms. Towers' body.
Give me just a moment, please.
It would be on 5 and going over to 6. Page 5 and 6.
Yes. Okay. This is, this particular photograph doesn't have landmarks to guide the location, so I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right part in my report.
This was for a matter of decency, so I just.
I understand. So these two are on the left lateral side of the chest. So the area of the chest is lateral and upper. So in this region here, what we might call the upper flank. As you can see, they're relatively close together, but not overlapping, and have a similar orientation. But unlike the other injuries that we saw that were like that, there's only 2 of them. It's not not a larger number, so I don't think I would designate this as a cluster. But there are 2 separate stab wounds there that have similar paths. They both involve soft tissue, and the wound O here just goes deep enough to penetrate into the left lung cavity. But that's all. It didn't go any deeper, so it didn't even injure the left lung at all.
Now I'd like to move on to stab wounds of Jennifer Towers' back. We're going to be looking at State's Exhibit 33G. What's significant about this photograph and the injuries that are depicted, Doctor?
So for reference, we've already talked about these wounds up here in the neck, clusters E and X. I mentioned Z briefly, but we didn't describe it any further. And then we have what I grouped as E and C and B. Of these injuries, I think you'll notice right off that they don't have that same clustering effect of being closer together and parallel in the same orientation. So I can't really make any opinion as to how or what order or what the relative condition Ms. Tower would have been in at the time that these injuries were sustained. Of all of them, BB, CC, and EE, all of them involve only soft tissue and no significant deeper injuries.
You also found during the autopsy stab wounds of Jennifer Towers' right shoulder, and those are depicted on State's Exhibit 33H. Can you address these injuries, please?
Yes, and this particular photograph really highlights injury Q here. There's an injury R here, which you see most of, but not all of here. It's at a different orientation, but close by to Q. These are essentially similar to O and P that we saw before. Two wounds that are relatively close by, but don't have the same orientation. Of these, neither one of them causes any particular underlying injury, just soft tissue injury.
Let's move on to Ms. Tower's right arms. Right arm. And we're going to look at State's Exhibit 33I. Can you talk about these two injuries that you've labeled M?
Yes. So M has, actually, I'm going to take a moment to review what I have written here. I want to make sure I get this correct. Yes. Okay. So in this particular photo, we see two injuries, one of which has its letter covered. This is a superficial injury. It does not involve anything but the subcutaneous fat. M is a deep injury which traverses the skin and goes through the muscle and actually exits the arm on the other side. And that injury is separately designated as a letter in my photographs and documentation, but you can't see that injury in this particular photo. It's on the other side. Part of what's bridging these here is a superficial scratch. This really has nothing to do with the internal track that, of the blade as it injured the soft tissues between the entry here and as it stuck out the skin on the other side, which you don't see, and I have designated as S. Yeah.
Right, we'll look at that in a moment.
Yeah.
All right, so again, we're looking at M. S, unfortunately, is hard to see, although there's a tab there, a sticker on the far side, but your trajectory rod goes from M through into S.
Yes, and you can see the other end of the rod here, and we use these trajectory rods simply to demonstrate when an injury does pass all the way through the body, and when it does so clearly, so that these are inserted when the path through the tissue is already clear, just to demonstrate that for photography purposes.
So based upon what we're seeing, Doctor, did the cutting instrument or knife or whatever was used, did that go from M all the way through? Is it a through and through stab?
It is.
What about K? Wound K?
K is longer on the skin than it is deep, so it might be best classified as a cut or a slash, and thus is relatively superficial, did not cause any major underlying injury. And I believe the same is true for this injury here, which is J, which we can just barely see at the edge of the photo there.
Let's move on now to 33L. And there's J.
Yes.
So, again,
J.
we're looking at a through and through.
We are, and it's very superficial, this one. The other one, you can see S here now without the trajectory rod through it. That's M was over here, and the trajectory rod passed through here to S. Here we see a very superficial wound that was just long and deep enough to have a small exit over here on the edge, if you will, of the wrist area, as opposed to the middle of the forearm here.
These two injuries that we looked at, M into S and then J, Are you able to say whether those are defensive wounds because they're on the victim's arm?
I think they're consistent with using the arms for self-defense during a knife assault. Some might characterize that then as being a defensive wound.
Now we're going to look at Ms. Tower's right hand. And what do we see here?
So this is the palm of her right hand, and this photograph was taken as the body was received by us, so before any cleaning was done. But even so, you can see the clear stab wound on the thumb side of the palm here next to the base of the thumb.
Okay, and moving to the next photograph. And they're related, so we see at the base of the thumb, and then we see at the base of the thumb on the opposite side of the hand. So what's going on with these two?
Yes, so this is an entrance and exit pair as we identified previously. The stab wound essentially passes through the soft tissue of the side of the hand at the base of the thumb and injured the underlying tissues, but no bone or anything more major than that.
Let's look at the left arm. This is Exhibit 33O. And we're looking at, is this a superficial wound, doctor?
It is. It passes, this cut wound goes just a little bit deeper than the subcutaneous fat there, but does not involve any deeper structures and certainly no major vessels or vital organs.
33P.
P shows us two injuries. H, which is slashing type or deep cutting injury that again involves only the subcutaneous fat. And I is a penetrating injury that involves the skin and soft tissues, but does not go particularly deep and does not cause any additional major injury.
And is this Mrs. Tower's left leg? Back of the left leg?
Correct.
Now I want to talk about Jennifer Tower's larynx. It appears that you removed both larynx from each victim. So what did you find that was distinctive about Jennifer Tower's larynx?
She did have a single stab perforation of the larynx here, but there were no deeper injuries. There were no stabs throughout the area through which the air actually passes. So the structures here were all intact. That's why the only photo I took here, I did not include that propping stick so that you could open up and see what was internal. There were no findings that were significant in here, just this one superficial perforation into the larynx. And I think it's worth noting that this is the inner surface of the upper portion of the larynx here. So the stab wound came from the outside through this in, but didn't go any deeper.
Doctor, after performing the autopsy on Jennifer Towers, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of Jennifer Towers' death?
I was, yes.
What is and was your opinion?
Similar to Mr. Tower, I determined her cause of death to be perforations of multiple small and large blood vessels, including the carotid artery and jugular vein, due to multiple stab wounds.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of Jennifer Towers' death?
Yes.
What is your opinion, doctor?
My opinion was and remains that the manner of death is homicide.
I have a moment
You may.
I have nothing further at this time, Doctor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are those the photos and evidence, Ms. Frablin, that you have?
I beg your pardon? Yes, they do.
Can we return those to the clerk? All right, defense, cross when you're ready.
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. How are you, sir?
Wonderful. So we noticed in some of those pictures there was some redness and different coloring. Is that from the pooling from being in the prone position for a long period of time?
There is lividity that was present in those photos. Lividity is the pooling of blood that occurs after death. And it did occur because the bodies were in that position for a period of time.
Okay. So the redness that was seen of like different color skin colors doesn't necessarily denote anything other than the pooling. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
Okay. As the same with if somebody is laying face down after death, there you would expect the same pooling in the face area, correct?
Yes.
And could that make it appear as if there was bruising there?
It could.
Okay.
Yes.
So all of the different areas where we see redness as opposed to the white, that would be indications of pooling and lividity and where blood is settling, correct?
Almost everywhere. I'm trying to remember if there were any pink or red contusions anywhere in the bodies. There might have been a little bit of red contusion in one of the cases, but I think everywhere that I saw contusion, it was blue, and we talked about that.
Got it. So when we're talking about the different injuries, you say it's not necessarily from different implements just because they look different. If they're bigger, longer, things like that, that doesn't denote anything as far as different implements, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I would suggest that would you say the vast majority of these injuries you would describe as superficial?
I would describe them at least as not deep enough to be life-threatening.
Sure. And I think the majority of the wounds that you talked about said that they were soft tissue wounds, correct?
That's right.
And those would not be lethal in and of themselves.
Correct.
When you're talking about the cause of death, that is different than the mechanism of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes they can be very closely related. Sometimes they're a little more distant, but yes.
So in this instance, you said the cause of death was multiple perforations, correct?
Yes.
In Mr. Tower's case, there were multiple perforations that were caused by stab wounds. That's the cause of death, correct?
Yes.
Would the mechanism of death in that case be essentially lowering the blood pressure to make the heart stop? Would that be kind of the mechanism by which the body would work?
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, if there are lots of punctures into the lung cavity, that can create some other issues as far as lack of pressure and lungs not being able to expand. Did you see that in this particular case?
I didn't.
Okay. So essentially it's the getting of the artery in the neck that is the majority of the problem, correct?
I think those were the most severe of the injuries by far in both cases.
Okay.
But I didn't want to rule out the cumulative effect of blood loss from all of injuries, and thus that's why I didn't single those out specifically, but included the other injuries as well.
And I know that I'm kind of conflating both of them, but it sounds like the cause of death for both of these individuals is essentially the same, the loss of blood from multiple perforations from stab wounds, correct?
Yes.
And that would be a similar mechanism of death as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now we're talking about manner of death being homicide. You would agree with me that there's only a finite number of manners of death that you could qualify it as, correct?
There are only 5, yes.
Okay. And that would be homicide, correct?
Yes.
Suicide,
Yes.
natural death,
Correct.
unknown, meaning you don't know what the manner of death is, correct?
We use undetermined, but
Determined.
more or less the same thing, yes.
And what's the fifth one? You said there were 5. What's the fifth one?
Homicide.
We
is
started with homicide.
Okay.
Suicide, correct?
Yes.
That's 2.
Natural, undetermined, and accident.
Accident. Thank you so
Sorry.
much. All right. So when we're talking about those things, you're not making a determination as far as legally this is what qualifies. That's more of an analysis to determine across the state how many homicides occur, how many suicides occur, things along those lines, correct?
That's right.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any read, right?
First of all, Doctor, on cross-examination, there was a question about whether either of the victim has sustained any other injuries aside from the knife wounds. Did Mr. Tower have an injury to his head?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that injury consisted of, please?
So one of the injuries that we described was the lettered injury O, and that had, it was more of a scrape as opposed to a penetrating blade wound. Let me make sure I'm referring to any other minor head injury that I might have described. In addition to that injury, I believe we saw these in one of the photos, but I can't remember if they were specifically questioned about. There were 2 small abraded contusions on the head, one to the side of the left eye and one in the region of the chin. They were pretty minor, not necessarily very easy to see.
Yes, I did not question you on those, but I am questioning on now. So in addition to those additional injuries to Mr. Tower's head, I want to ask you this final question. If a defendant admitted to killing his parents, would that be consistent with your finding of homicide?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing else.
The witness free to step down?
He is.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In just a moment, we're going to take about a 10 or 15-minute break, okay? So if you can leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service during our break, and we'll bring you back shortly, okay? Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting. Everybody may be seated. Apparently there's something else we need to cover. Let's have the attorneys come forward. It has to be done now? Okay. Okay, you want it done now? Okay. All right, folks, there is a stipulation as to the identity of the victim/decedents. Stipulation meaning both the state and the defense have agreed to this, so it is something for you to consider as a fact. I'll sign it, it will go back with you. Let's see, today's the 13th, and I'll read it to you. It is hereby stipulated by and between the parties of this action that the identity of victim/decedent number 1 in this case is Robert James Tower, white male, date of birth August 15th, 1974, a human being, and that the jury in the trial of the above listed cause may be advised of this stipulated fact. It is hereby stipulated by and between the parties of this action that the identity of victim/decedent number 2 in this case is Jennifer Christine Tower, white female, date of birth February 8, 1972, a human being, and that the jury in the trial of the above listed cause may be advised of this stipulated fact. All right, let's take our 15-minute break. Everybody please stand, jurors exiting. Doctor, ready to go?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, State, are you prepared to rest in front of the jury after our break?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, any motions from the defense?
Your Honor, I think that at this point, taking evidence in the light most favorable to the state, it's a factual determination as far as premeditation is concerned, so I do not have any legal motions to make at this point.
Yes, I'll find that the evidence presented in the form of the witnesses, the photographs, the physical evidence, the video of the defendant's statements to law enforcement, of the medical examiner, that there is sufficient evidence in a light most favorable to the state for all 3 of the crimes charged. 2 counts of murder in the first degree and fleeing to elude law enforcement with lights and sirens. So I'll deny the motion for judgment of acquittal as to all 3 counts. This will go to the jury. Mr. Gilman, do you have any evidence that you intend to present during the defense?
Your Honor, I've spoken with Mr. Tower about it. He's indicated his desire to testify.
Okay.
That is against advice of counsel.
Okay. Everybody may be seated, by the way. Any objection to me speaking to Mr. Tower briefly
No, Your Honor.
about the legal concept of this? All right, Mr. Tower, can you please raise your right hand, sir? You can remain seated. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I swear.
You can put your hand down. Please tell me your name.
Dima James Tower.
Mr. Tower, I'm going to speak to you for just a minute, and I want to make sure you understand that at no time am I asking you to divulge any specific statements between you and Mr. Gilman. Those are protected by the attorney-client privilege, and I'm not asking for any specific conversations that you have. Do you understand? If you think that I am, let Mr. Gilman know, or tell me you're unsure of my question, because that's not what I'm intending to ask, okay? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. The state has just rested their case in chief. They will in just a moment when we bring the jurors back in. They're going to rest on the record. So at this time in the trial, it's the opportunity for the defense, if they wish, to call witnesses and produce evidence. Do you understand that?
I do.
You might recall during the jury selection process, I talked to the jury. I spent a considerable amount of time covering this with them. That the burden in a criminal case is solely on the state of Florida, the state attorney, and that there is no burden on the defense. Do you understand that? In fact, you might recall I read to the jurors that the defense does not have to present any evidence or prove anything. In fact, I gave the jurors the example that you and Mr. Gilman didn't even have to be present during the trial. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I recall.
Do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Gilman has indicated that he doesn't have any attorneys or evidence to produce at this point, other than perhaps you. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay. So now would be the time in the trial, if you wish to testify, that you would take the stand. Do you understand? Now, I also covered this, Mr. Tower, during jury selection. That choice as to whether or not you testify is solely or completely your choice. In other words, Mr. Gilman cannot make that choice for you. In fact, nobody can make that choice for you. Do you understand? Mr. Gilman is a very experienced attorney. His job is to counsel you. He can give you his opinion, his advice, talk to you about the evidence that's been presented. But Mr. Gilman cannot make the decision as to whether or not you testify. That's solely your choice. Do you understand?
I do.
If you choose to testify, there would be a jury instruction. In fact, we've already discussed that. You might recall this morning at 9 when we went over our jury instructions. That instruction would tell the jurors that you have become a witness, that they should consider your testimony just like any other witness. For example, there's a jury instruction 3.9 that says, in addition to your common sense, you should consider the following factors when considering the testimony or credibility of a witness. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Did the witness say something in court that's different than a statement they had previously made? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Does the witness's testimony agree or disagree with the other evidence in the case? Has the witness ever been convicted of a felony or a crime of dishonesty? These are just some of the tools that jurors will be using to determine credibility of witnesses, and if you choose to testify, they would use the same tools as it relates to you. Do you understand that, Mr. Tower? Do you have any questions about that?
No.
In fact, if you choose to become a witness, you'll be called just like what we'll do is I believe that you have shackles on your ankles. Is that right?
Right now, yes.
All right, so what we would do is, do we have the sergeant here?
Well, Your Honor, we can do the same as we did.
All right, let's call the sergeant down. We'll figure that out. What we would probably do is have you up at the witness stand so the jurors couldn't see that you're shackled. In fact, they wouldn't be able to see that you're shackled. I see that in this courtroom, the jurors are in front of the witness stand. You would be sworn in by the clerk, just like every other witness. Mr. Gilman would have an opportunity to ask questions first. Your attorney, they would have to be open-ended questions. When Mr. Gilman is finished, the state attorney, one of the two prosecutors, would come up and they'd be able to ask you leading questions. We refer to that as a cross-examination. When the state is completed, Mr. Gilman would have another opportunity to come back. That's called a redirect. And that's what's happened with almost every witness so far. The same would apply to you. Do you understand that, Mr. Tower? Do you have any questions about the procedure or how your testimony would be treated the same as any other witness?
No.
State, are there any prior felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
Or not.
Okay. Do you have any questions about any of the laws that apply if you choose to become a witness?
I do not.
If you choose not to become a witness, that's a constitutional right you have. You might recall I spent a considerable time Monday, Mr. Tower, talking to the jurors about that. I explained to them there's many reasons why one might choose not to testify, public speaking being fear number one, death two. And I explained to them that it can't matter, that if you chose not to testify, that's something that the jurors could not take into consideration. In fact, the jury instruction would say that. It would say that Mr. Tower has chosen not to become a witness. You cannot consider that decision as any consciousness of guilt. In fact, the jury will be told they can't consider that in any manner whatsoever. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about the laws that would apply if you choose not to become a witness?
No.
Have you had an opportunity, not what you said, but have you had an opportunity to talk to your lawyer and ask him questions before you reach your decision as to whether or not you will testify?
I have.
Do you need any additional time, Mr. Tower, to talk to your attorney before you tell me what your decision is?
Do not.
Okay. And have you reached a decision?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
I want to testify.
Okay. Has anybody pressured you or forced you in order to get you to testify?
No.
Are you doing this freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you have a clear mind as you're entering into your decision today?
Yes.
Are you taking any medication right now while you're at the jail?
No.
Do you have any questions of the court, anything related to the laws surrounding your decision?
No.
Or your testimony?
No.
Okay. I'll find that the defendant has made a freely and voluntarily and knowing decision to become a witness in the case. So let's take a 10-minute break. What we'll do, any objection, Mr. Gilman, state to having Mr. Tower on the stand when the jurors come back in, and you can call him?
No, Your Honor.
No
Okay.
objection.
And then, so Mr. Tower, what we'll do is, when we come back from a break, we're going to have you on the stand. Again, the purpose is so that they don't see the shackles on your feet, okay? And we'll have you standing in when the jurors come in front of the chair so the jurors can't see it. What will happen is I'll have everybody seated. The state will rest on the record in front of the jury. I'll then turn to Mr. Gilman, your lawyer. He's going to call you as a witness. At that time, I'm going to ask you to stand from your chair. Do so carefully not to make noise with the shackles, okay? You'll stand at that moment, face the clerk. Our clerk, Emily, is going to swear you in. She'll ask you to raise your right hand. You'll be sworn in. You'll have a seat. When your testimony is completed, give me a moment. I'm not going to have you walk back down to your table. Again, we don't want them to know you're in custody and that you're shackled. We'll take a break as soon as your testimony is done. I'll send the jurors out and we'll return you to the table, okay? Unless, yes, let's do it that way, because then we'll find out if the state has rebuttal, et cetera, okay? Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back with the testimony of the defendant. We'll have him on the stand. State, make you please call any and all witnesses. I want to finish the evidence portion of the trial today, okay?
Yes.
All right, 10-minute break. 2:50, we'll start at 3 with the defendant on the stand.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have muted both rooms. Just so y'all know, that's me. If you're in the Nevada trial, just to let you know, I am going to pause this trial because I know that a lot of people want to see the orphan. He is going to be taking the stand, guys. And more importantly, I only got 10 minutes to prep him for this, how he got to do this stand stuff. Y'all know the taking the top trial class on crime. And I don't know if I prepped him appropriately, because I didn't want him to take the stand. Personally, I didn't want him to take the stand, but since he feel like he got to, I gotta take this 10 minutes and I gotta prep everybody in regards to how this is supposed to work. So unfortunately, I'm unable to talk in one room and be in the other room. If you would like to join us in the other room, that would be super and awesome. I will share the link, and as soon as he is done testifying, I will put us back into this trial. But here is the link if you want to come over and watch him testify. But we gotta talk about this first. I know, I need to go get me some popcorn. Okay, so I mean, I know him getting up there can't hurt him. I don't think it can hurt him. But we'll leave Florida in a little bit, just Shamrock, once today is over with courts, and then we'll go back over to Nevada. But Nevada started maybe about an hour ago, maybe. Ain't nothing going. They just talking about phone records. They talking about phone records and calling the same witnesses up. You ain't missing it. I don't know. It may help him It may help him with sympathy, depending on what he say happened to him over there in that camp. I don't know what happened to him over in that camp. On the side note, they about to do the rocket launch. Do y'all want to see that? It just broke through my phone. It said Florida Live to Mars, New Glenn rocket set to launch from Cape. Is Canaveral? Okay, so they about to launch the rocket. Do y'all want to see that? It just broke through my phone. It's about to go to Mars. I don't know what they're going to do on Mars, but yeah, they about to do something up there on Mars. All right, they going to Mars. We here. Who knows? Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I'm okay with him testifying. I just don't think he should in some ways. Yeah, I guess it's just nothing that you could do. I mean, I think that he can go back in, he can describe how bad his upbringing was, what they did to him, just in order to gain some sympathy from everybody. But other than that, I don't think there's too much that he could do. And he can't get up there and doing all that crying because he blew that because he started crying in the beginning. So he messed that up yesterday. Oh, so you don't want to see them go up to Mars? Okay, Northwest. Yeah. I put the link in there. If you want to click on the link, it'll take you over there. Yeah, so yeah, and then we'll go back over here to Nevada. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm almost over. You know, it was good over there in Nevada when we first started and we were unwebbing, you know, her with Baker, then the Monica thing and blah blah blah. Barbara, we over here in the orphan trial. He's about to get ready to testify, boo. Yeah, Shamrock. That's the only reason why I want to hear better from the puzzle, because when he was in the actual interrogation room, you really couldn't. I mean, I couldn't really gauge what was going on. You say you found some gum. No popcorn. Dr. Rachel, can you please be looking at this testimony so you can come use this as some part of breaking it down to us? We will need to understand the who, what, when, where, and why. Lynn said her popcorn is popping. Pop, pop. Pop goes the weasel because the weasel go pop. I'm thinking about the Nutty Professor. Don't pay me no attention. Yeah, I just well, he ain't got nothing to lose. He might as well tell his side of the story, because other than that, this is his only opportunity. Answer, Sweet Pea, answer. What am I answering? Answering, Sweet Pea, please. Okay, let me see. Answer. Do I need to scroll up? I see him walking back in. Do I need to scroll up? Or are you telling me to answer? Nobody answered your last question. Oh, I don't even know what I asked. What I asked? It probably ain't got nothing. I probably ain't talking about nothing. I'm just probably talking out the side. I'm just talking. I don't even know what I asked. You say some leftover burrito. Y'all are too funny. The judge say, make sure you be very, very, very still up there so they don't hear that clickety clang clang, clinkety clang clang, clickety clang clang.
So, Ms. Frabel, you're going to rest on the record. I'll turn to Mr. Gilman, and you can call your client, Mr. Tower, as a witness. Let's bring the jurors in. All right, everybody may be seated. All right, state.
Your Honor, the state is resting its case in chief.
All right, the state has rested their case in chief, so I'll turn to the defense. Mr. Gilman.
Defense calls Dima Tower.
All right, Mr. Tower, can you please stand and face the clerk? Madam Clerk, can you swear in the witness?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You may be seated. Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Can you just move up a little closer and make sure you're talking in the microphone there, okay? Can you please tell us your name?
Dima James Tower.
And Mr. Tower, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay. And where, I noticed you have an accent. Where were you born?
I was born in Ukraine,
What part of Ukraine?
in far east part, Luhansk. That is borders with Russia.
And when did you come to live in the United States?
I came in, believe I came in 2015.
So you were living in Ukraine in February of 2014 when there was an incursion into Crimea? I use a lot of big words there, I'm sorry. Were you living in Ukraine in February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living when you were in Ukraine before you came to the United States? Where were you living? Like what
Well,
type of house?
before the orphanage?
No, I was talking about the orphanage. Tell me about that. What type of place was that?
Should I talk about my life before the orphanage, or?
We will, sure. How did you end up getting to an orphanage?
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow brief background, very, very brief, so let's not spend too much time. Okay?
Sure. And Your Honor, actually, if we could approach briefly.
You may.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why does he keep looking down? Well, Dr. Rachel, you're gonna have to come explain to us. Yeah, he sounds pretty good in English to me.
So how old were you when your mother passed away?
Well, my mother passed away. You know, I would like to talk about, before I would start about talking about my life before my mother passed away.
I understand that.
You know,
The issue that is that I'm hoping that you can respond to the questions.
Yeah, I can respond to the
Sure.
questions, but
Okay, so your mother, how old were you when your mother passed away?
I'm somewhere between 6, 7, or 8.
Okay,
I was thinking about this somewhere between those years.
Okay.
I mean, if maybe I can give a little bit of my personal background or something.
Mr. Tower, the way it's going to work the same with all witnesses. You need to listen to the question and then answer only the question that's been asked of you, okay?
Well, it's important that.
It may be important, but you need to follow the rules in a courtroom, okay? Please ask your next question.
Sure. Were you just living only with your mom when she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
And then who did you go to live with after that?
I went to live with my brother.
Okay. How long did that last for?
Maybe a couple months, so.
Okay. And then where did you go?
I went to my uncle's house.
Okay. How long did that last for?
A couple months.
And you eventually end up in the foster care system in Ukraine, correct?
Objection leading.
Yeah, I was in 2 orphanage or for foster care orphanages, whatever they call that. The first one I was in before the war, and then
Objection.
I was.
Overruled. I think he's trying to give a time frame of when he was in the orphanage. You can answer the question.
I was in the first orphanage in that same region I was born in, the same side of Ukraine. And then when the war started, we were moved to another part of Ukraine, which is somewhere close to the sea.
And was it around that time that you met the Towers, that they came over to meet you?
Yes, I met him at the, I believe it was end of summer of 2013. I met him. Well, I actually met him over here after I was sent to visit for a month in the States. I flew in and met him at the airport.
Was that the first time that you had met them?
It was for the first time, yes.
And how long after that do you come to this country?
Well, I also came for the second visit. That summer of 2014, I came for the second visit for to meet the rest of the family.
And then you come to live permanently when? In 2015?
Well, I was adopted right before the 2015. I was adopted that winter, and we I came to live here 2015 years.
Okay. Did you go to school here in Sarasota County?
The questions that you're asking me are very complicated, but and cannot be simply answered. But I'm forced to simply answer the questions, which cannot, for no right reason, can be answered simply. These are not simple questions.
School, you did go to school. What else we doing?
By this witness. Other witnesses are not allowed to have this kind of conversation with counsel.
Let's try not to have speaking objections, Counselor. I'll sustain the objection as non-responsive. Please move on, Mr. Gilman.
Do you remember talking to law enforcement in this case and telling them that you went to Northport High School for a little while?
Yeah, I went to, right after I was adopted, I went to the school in Northport, Woodland Middle School. And then after I did half a year in that, I enrolled in Northport High School.
Okay.
Which I dropped out of in 10th grade.
Okay. And did you know any English before you came to the United States?
No.
How did you learn English?
By conversating here and there, small talk.
All right. And how long did you live with the Towers prior to, either graduating high school or moving out?
Again, this is a complicated question, and
Objection to narrative.
the answer, it can be very long because I moved in, I moved out.
Objection to narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection as non-responsive.
Okay. You say you dropped out after 10th grade. Did you move out after that?
No, I stayed, but I didn't really move out on my own. It's just too many family issues.
Okay. And you were not living with them. When did you move back in with them prior to August the 31st of 2023?
I don't understand the question.
So in August of 2023, which is the incident that we're talking about, how long prior to that were you back living with the house? Because I know you had just moved back there, correct?
Well, yeah, I assumed that
Do you need a moment, Mr. Tower?
Remember the jurors, let's take a break. Leave your notepads face down, writing information on top. Please don't discuss anything related to your jury. Everybody stand, jurors exiting. Mr. Gillen, why don't you spend a moment with your client? We can't tolerate this kind of behavior here in the courtroom. I've already spoken to your client about it. So let's take a 5-minute break. Let's let the defense have an opportunity to talk to the defendant to see if he can go forward on the stand.
Oh my good. I said, oh gosh, he about to do it now. The judge about to stop all this shit. OMG. No, he cannot. He blew that opportunity yesterday when he got the crime as soon as we started the trial. And the judge had already told him, you will not. Oh, that's one part of the cry class that people have to understand in regards to this. Like, it's like he wants to get some stuff off his chest, and unfortunately it just don't work that way. And so small questions like, when did you graduate high school? Did you go to high school? Did you move out? Like, he wants to explain behind it, and unfortunately they are not going to do, they're not going to do that. They're not going to allow that. At least not the way he wants it to happen. And I don't know if he crying out of frustration or I don't know, because he wanted to talk about his life before his mom passed away. Yeah, this is a different one. Yeah, I'll reset up that room once we get out of here. But yeah, I mean, I feel bad for him. I don't know. So I guess my question is, do we leave people where they supposed to be and stop trying to move people? Like, maybe we shouldn't be moving people. Maybe instead of adopting kids, as I don't know, because you want kids to be adopted, right? Because 14, 15-year-olds, even though they the hardest to get adopted, we do want them to be adopted. But I don't know, we got a whole bunch of people over here that needed to be adopted. I don't know if I want to go all the way over to an orphanage, and I understand they need love too, but we do have different cultures and different things, right? Oh gosh. Yeah, I can't believe, you see how the judge got the jury out of there so quick. I ain't never seen nothing like that. The judge like, stand up, get out. No harm, no foul. Like, the judge was like, stand up, get out. Good grief. I don't know. Ugh. Yeah, and even though he may have something for us to explain, unfortunately, he can only explain so much. Like, they not. No, I don't think we got no TiVo time. No, OnlyFans, we right in it. No TiVo time. We live court action. Yeah, he did get the crying on the stand, Frank, and they sent the jury out immediately. But you know, the jury know what's going on. Even if he crying and the jury gets sent out, I don't see what's the difference because the jury already know he crying. So what's the big deal? Let him sit up there and cry. Yeah, I just, he gonna be up here doing his thing. He's yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't know if they got him some type of treatment or anything when he was over here because remember, this is not the first incident that he has had with his parents. This is the second incident that he has had with his parents in some type of shape, way, form, or fashion. So, this is not the first go around. So, we shall see. Oh gosh, I can't. SD, not with the little stabby. I'm not. That, I guess that's a good way of calling it stab. Stab. We call it a little stabby. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, I mean, he guilty. I mean, he guilty, but maybe I don't. I don't think we get manslaughter. I don't think we get man. I don't think we get a lower charge out of this. Right, Tilly. Everybody has different opinions and we all supportive of each other. Yeah, because everybody gonna stand different on this depending on what your background is and what you know. But I don't know, it's just I mean, it was just so horrific. Like, oh gosh. Like I want, after the first incident, like I don't know who that is, Rachel. It's definitely sad, and he gonna have to go to jail for it. It's man said it's okay. Husband works with these kids, and he'll tell you until you work with them and know the history, you still make their own choices, knowing right from wrong. Yeah, yeah. I just don't know. I don't know what. Look at SD now. SD got to go all the way down to a person that was eating people. She all the way at doggone Jeffrey Dahmer. Stabby was not eating people. Wade Wilson is the guy with the tattoos on his face. I don't remember him. I must didn't watch that one. I don't know, but SD done went all the way off the bridge. She got Jeffrey Dahmer up in the chat room. She always gotta go. She all the way left field. He was around here eating people. Shit. I don't know. I'm gonna put him that far. And I thought that I don't know what he had. So if y'all was trying to make an excuse for him, I cannot ever get there with y'all. But this guy right here, like what I can't understand is that they had to been showing him a whole entire better life than what he had over there. But by him being so troubled from whatever he had going on, because it sounded like we didn't got as far as to his mom passed away. He went to go stay with his brother. Then he went to go stay with his uncle. And then somehow he ended up in the orphanage. With that all being said, it sounded like it was a very rough experience. And then you get to come over here to the beautiful land of the USA, right? Where you can be all you want to be. And you got two people that supporting and helping you. And like this, they were really, really loved and liked in their community, guys. And then you come and oh, my chance. And then you come over here and the two people that were trying to help you, you unalive. Like we're not even talking about one life is bad enough, but we talk about two. I don't know if I can do anything with people like that. That's just like when we was doing the Bianca Ellis case. It's the same thing, far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I felt sad because of the certain fact that she was just trying to go to jail, you know, and unfortunately, she done allowed this 3-year-old boy like she needed mental help. And you know what they gave her? LWAP. So that's just that. He said somewhere between 5, 6, and 7. No, he didn't really give a specific number. I think because he was too busy trying to go back.
Are you okay and able to continue?
Yes.
Okay. You understand why we took the break, right? I can't have that kind of show of emotion in front of the jury that applies to you and every other witness. You might recall I even said that about the folks in the audience. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I do.
Okay. Are you able to move forward in that
I am.
fashion? Okay. Also, Mr. Tower, the way a jury trial works is the attorneys, their job is to ask questions, and your role as a witness is to answer the questions that are asked of you. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, anything we have to discuss before we move forward?
No, Your Honor.
You had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Tower about
I
the
did.
procedure and how we'll move forward?
I did.
All right. Anything else to discuss with the state?
No, you're right.
All right. Both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring the jury back in, please.
All right, jury member.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, Mr. Gilman, when you're ready, please continue.
All right. And Mr. Tower, I want to focus you on when you sat down and talked with the police down there in Venice. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Was that the first time that you had ever had that kind of encounter with police?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
Awkward. Made me feel awkward.
Hold on.
Hold on, one moment. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, why would you say it makes you feel awkward?
Because I'm uncomfortable talking because I had many miscommunication and or not enough communication or misunderstanding with my adopted parents. So I grew up into not knowing how to talk.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. It was completing the answer. You may continue, Mr. Gomez.
So when you were talking with the police, did you understand everything that they were asking you?
I did.
Did you feel like you answered appropriately given that you were uncomfortable?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking with them about multiple times having thoughts of killing your parents?
Yeah, I only had those thoughts a couple times.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further, Judge.
State cross-examination when you're ready.
Are you going to look me in the eye, Mr. Tower? Guess not. So you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower,
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, when I ask you a question, you can answer, but not until then. You pulled out a sharp knife and you walked into your parents' bedroom, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
I don't know. Your parents were sound asleep, weren't they?
I don't know.
Was your father awake when you started to stab him?
It was pitch black.
You picked up a knife from the kitchen and you cowardly went into your...
Argumentative.
Were your parents awake?
I don't know if they were awake. I already answered it.
Sustained.
She asked me a second time.
What did you say?
You asked me a second time the same question.
What did your father say after you stabbed him?
What the hell are you doing?
And then what happened? Did you stab him again?
Yes.
Okay, what were you thinking about between the first stab and the second stab?
There's nothing to think.
Nothing to think.
What am I supposed to think, Dad?
Listen to me. You don't. There was nothing to think. That's your answer. All right. So you're telling me that as a human being, you walked into your father's bedroom with your mother sleeping next to him. The parents that brought you over here.
Objection, argumentative, compound question.
These people were not my parents.
Hold on. I'm going to overrule the objection. It's a bit compoundish, but I'm going to allow it. You may continue with your question.
Thank you. The parents that brought you over here to this country, and you weren't thinking anything.
These people were not my parents. There's a lot went on that changed our relationship.
That's not my question. My question is, are you telling this jury that you won't even look in the eye that the people who brought you over here home, that you were stabbing them, and you didn't think anything of it? Is that what you're saying?
Answer's too complicated for you.
No, not a complicated answer. It's a yes or it's a no.
It's not. It's a complicated answer.
Howard, you told the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere, didn't you?
When I was talking to detectives, I was not in my completely right state of mind.
Mr. Tower, did you tell the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere?
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I said I was not in my right state of mind when I was talking to detectives. I just went on a lot, you know.
Let the jury recall what they heard.
Objection, argumentative.
I was under the influence of alcohol also.
I'll sustain that it's unresponsive. He's not answering your question.
Your parents.
They were not my parents, unfortunately.
Sir, you cannot interrupt the attorney. Wait for them to finish their question, and then you can answer the question asked of you, okay? Please ask your question.
Mr. Tower, the people that brought you over here, they gave you an opportunity to be a somebody from somewhere, didn't they?
It depends on their parenting.
What?
It depends on their parenting, how you raise your children.
Depends on the what?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No,
Have you ever been a mother of children?
After you stabbed your father to death, you walked outside with a knife in your hand because Jennifer was outdoors, wasn't she?
I was temporarily insane.
Sir, can you please sit back from the microphone? It's difficult to hear you. Thank you.
All right. When you walked out of the house after you killed your father, did you carry the knife with you to lead Jennifer back in?
I did.
You did or did not? I can't understand.
I said I did.
You did. You took the knife with you to go out and find the person that adopted you.
Yes, I was temporarily insane, as I said.
Temporarily insane.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you strike that last response. There is no insanity defense. There is no evidence presented in this trial to insanity. So I will just order that you not receive that answer. It's irrelevant, not permissible during this trial. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Were you thinking about killing your mother when you went outside with the knife and led her back in?
What do you mean by thinking?
Did your parents buy you a car?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
What does has to do with this?
Did your parents buy you a car? Answer my question.
Well, I know where your question is. I know. I don't
Answer my
understand.
question,
I don't
Mr.
understand your
Tower.
question. I don't understand it.
Did your parents buy you a car?
I don't understand this question.
Did your parents get you a bank card?
Yes, and I don't understand it.
Are the-
What's the point of this question?
Did your parents get you a bank card?
So?
Did you have a TV in your room?
No. What's the point of these questions?
You told the detectives that you were thinking about killing your parents for the last several days. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Were you in the courtroom when your recording was played? Mr. Tower,
I was.
were you listening?
I was listening.
And did you hear that you were telling the detectives that you were thinking about that for more than a day?
Again,
You don't remember that? part?
again, I did not know what I was saying. Also, I only taught this a couple of times. This was not a constant thought in my head.
Okay, so you thought about it at least a couple times before you did it?
No, I taught it one time, and the second time I taught it, I did it. There was no thinking about it.
You thought about it the first time, and then you put it off. Then you thought about it the second time, and then you went and did it? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you thought about it the first time, where were you?
Probably in the car somewhere.
Where in the car? Parked in front of your house?
Possibly. Very possibly.
Very possibly.
Well, I don't remember. You asking me a question that happened a long time ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Why did you ask your mother to go back inside the house?
Brought her off the street. I don't know.
Because you wanted to kill her, didn't you? Did you hear the doctor talk about how many times you stabbed your mother, Jennifer Towers, the person that you say is not your mother? How many times did you stab her?
You're talking to someone who has no understanding.
You don't understand that question?
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
How many times did you stab your mother?
I didn't know.
More than once?
Yeah, more than once. I don't know how many times.
More than twice?
You've seen it how many times? So we were all in here. You've seen it.
Because these members of the jury have a right to hear what you have to say.
Objection, Your Honor.
They don't hear what I say because I'm not allowed to say.
Let's not have an argument between you and the witness, okay? Let's ask your next question, please.
These jurors are not allowed to what I have to say.
Hold on. Mr. Tower, you need to wait until the question is finished and then answer the question that's asked of you, okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. You told the detectives that you stabbed your mother to death, but not until you finished what you had to say to her. What did you have to say to her that night?
There was a lot went on between the three of us.
What did you say to your mother before you stabbed her to death?
I'm answering your question. You're not listening. There was a lot that went on between the three of us. It wasn't just a parents and a child.
So there was a lot that went on among the three of you, correct?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That I'm being stopped from talking about.
How old were you when you killed Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
21.
You were a grown man, weren't you?
No, I was not. You don't know the definition of a grown man.
At 21 years old, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people that you were living with? Why didn't you just move out?
The age has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Tower, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people you were living with?
I did move out a long time ago. I came back.
You went to West Virginia, didn't you?
Before West Virginia, I moved out. I just told you there was a lot that went on between the three of us. That the judge and the state won't let me talk.
Mr. Tower, do you believe in free will?
There's no free will. You know, we're all controlled in the states.
Mr. Tower, answer my question. It's a simple question. Do you believe that people have free will?
The answer, the question is not simple. If you look around, this is bigger than us.
When you went to live in West Virginia, how long were you up there?
I lived other places before West Virginia.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you how long you lived in West Virginia.
Maybe 9 months, 10 months,
And what were you doing up there?
working.
Who set you up in that place to live in West Virginia?
There was a church that I found. The pastor over there helped me.
You were living with Jennifer's father in West Virginia, weren't you?
That was a long time ago before I went to West Virginia to live on my own.
Please answer.
You get
my
it mixed, but
question.
you get
Mr.
the
Tower,
questions mixed up.
Mr. Tower, did you live with Jennifer's father in West Virginia?
That was a long time ago. That was not during the time when I went there by myself.
Why did you go to live in West Virginia when you were living with Jennifer's father?
The time that I did go to West Virginia to live with her father was because
Why?
I'm gonna answer. Let me think about it. We were having fights in the family, and I was gonna visit. I was gonna see him for
Could we
maybe
have
for a
him
couple,
move away
maybe
from
for
the
a couple
microphone
months.
so we can hear?
Maybe for a couple months, I was gonna visit him until I went to Job Corps.
Yeah, who set you up in the Job Corps? Jennifer, didn't she?
What is your point?
Did Jennifer set you up in the Job Corps?
No.
Did Jennifer set you up to live with her father in West Virginia?
No. What is the point of your question?
Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Tower. You're
I know I'm
under
under
oath to tell
oath.
the truth.
You're making no point in your questions. You're forgetting there was
Mr. Tower, you
the
need to
father.
wait for a question to be asked of you and then answer the questions, please. Please ask your next question.
You made Jennifer and Robbie's life in their home a living hell, didn't you, Mr. Tower?
Again, there was a lot that went on.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
some adults don't know how to be
Yes.
parents. Yes.
You made their life a living
Yeah,
hell.
no, I didn't. There's some adults don't know how to be parents. You don't know what you're talking about.
In fact,
I came from a harsh environment.
many people come from a harsh
Yeah,
environment,
but
and they don't kill their parents.
you gotta know how to treat those people correctly so they grow up properly.
Yeah, so how do you need to be treated?
I have been treated. It's too late for that. I'm adult now, but you're talking as if you don't know how to be a parent, and you don't know what it takes.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a parent, but you're asking me a
You made their
pointless
life a living
question.
hell. In fact, your father told you that you were destroying his marriage.
If I
to
made
his wife, isn't it true?
if I made their life a
Mr.
living hell,
Folks,
that's probably had
hold
something
on,
to do
hold
with
on.
them.
The two of you are just talking over each
No,
other.
he's
Ms.
refusing to
Fraglin,
answer.
You're asking a question, he begins to answer, and then you add to your question. Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad-lib and add to it, okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Fraglin.
Did your father tell you that you were disrupting his marriage to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's
Rob.
not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all, and then he wanted to adopt a daughter, and then finally he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response.
Well, he didn't really want to adopt me, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you. Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to Jennifer.
The question, sir, the question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that, yes or no?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
Right, I'll sustain the objection as unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
Estate, at some point, I'm going to cut off all these questions about perhaps benevolent acts. You can go a bit further, but let's start to move on, okay? I'll overrule the objection. You may finish your question.
Yes. Who paid for your flights to the United States in 2013 and 2014?
This question is pointless, but however, the company who provided who had something to do with adoption did. And I don't understand what's the point of this question either.
Why did you drop out of high school?
Because I was being brainwashed, as the rest of the children are.
You dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
What expelled? You even know what they teach in schools? What are you talking about?
Mr. Tower, answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You don't know what you're saying. These schools today, they don't teach anything the kids should know. And the schools are not for everyone.
Mr. Tower, you dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled from high school.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling you that. You ever been to school? You know that schools don't teach kids proper education.
Mr. Tower, stop talking.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to the next question. His answer was no. Please move on to your next question.
In fact, you were about to get expelled because you were fighting with other children in the school and on the bus, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
No, I wasn't. I just told you what happened.
How old were you when you dropped out of high school?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. How old were you when you were in 10th grade?
I said I don't remember.
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Gilman.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-minute break. Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Everybody, please stand. Jurors are exiting. All right, everybody may be seated. Mr. Tower, you can return to your table next to your lawyer, sir. Mr. Gilman, any additional evidence, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state any rebuttal witnesses.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what we can do is we can bring the jurors back in. Mr. Gilman, you can rest on the record. Is that right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll send the jurors home. It's 3:53. We'll have a brief discussion on jury instructions, and then we'll head home for the night. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Does that work for both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
9 o'clock, I'll read the jury instructions, and then we'll go straight into closings. We'll provide lunch for the jurors so they can begin deliberating right away, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's get the jurors in and out. Deputy Carl, can you bring the jurors back in? All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Everybody may be seated. Mr. Gilman.
At this time, the defense rests, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, both the state and the defense have rested their cases. So what your job is done for the day. We're going to do a little bit of work here in the courtroom. We're going to start back up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Let's start at 9 o'clock. Does that work for all our jurors? Yes? We'll bring you in. I'm going to hand out to you the jury instructions. It's a package of the law that applies to the case. I'm going to read that to you. And then as soon as I'm done reading the law, the attorneys will make their closing arguments. We'll send you in to deliberate with lunch, and we'll await your verdict, okay? So have a nice evening. Again, don't watch any news, don't read any articles, papers, blogs, anything related to this trial. We need you to come back in the same way that you are today. Leave your writing implements, notepads face down. Make sure you take all your belongings. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting. Hey, Jen? Yeah. Did you get an updated email with the jury instructions? I did. Can you bring down just one packet for me quickly? Thank you. Sure. Folks, let's take another look at the jury instructions before we adjourn. Other than that, anything else we need to talk from the state? No, Your Honor. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Folks in the audience, we're just going to go over the jury instructions now. It's not very exciting, really. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to leave. It'll probably be about 15 or 20 minutes, and then we're going to adjourn for the day.
So I know how hard it is for everybody to type in the chat room. So I need to know, do we need to open up the panel? Do some people have to stay off their chest? I just want to know where we need to be at once this case, once they get done. Okay, well, you probably need to cool down. Yes, cool down for all the people that can't handle themselves accordingly. Right?
area is 1, but on the information, on your counts, they're the opposite, okay? All right, count 2, we have murder in the first degree. Those are legally accurate. We have fleeing to elude, law enforcement. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, lesser included crimes to count 1, first degree murder. We have murder in the second degree and manslaughter. Both sides in agreement?
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I mentioned it. I thought it was appropriate to bring it in front of the jury. It was completely improper for the defendant to make the statement that he was insane. There is no defense raised. There was no designation of insanity. I don't know where the defendant got that from. I hope he wasn't doing that in an intention to intentionally mislead the jury. But of course, neither side is permitted to make any argument, reference that, or any discussion in front of the jury related to that type of defense. Both sides understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we have murder in the second degree. The lesser included with the count 1, victim Jennifer Tower. And then we have manslaughter next, victim Jennifer Tower. Lesser included for count 2, murder in the second degree, victim Robbie Tower, and then manslaughter for Robbie Tower. Both sides in agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, the state has updated the 3.7 plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt instruction as I requested earlier this morning. Any instruction now? Any objection now?
No, Your Honor.
3.9, weighing the evidence. We agreed to 1 through 5. Do any of the others apply?
No, Your Honor.
no.
All right, the only one I thought maybe would be any statements given in court that might be inconsistent with previous statements, but neither side are requesting that. Is that correct? No. Okay. We have the defendant becoming a witness. That's appropriate. Mr. Tower did testify. Any objection to this instruction as it is?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, 3.9B, defendant's statement. Ms. Freiberg, this is why I overruled your objection as to what he was feeling or thinking at the time he gave the statement to law enforcement. I think that's something that jurors are able to consider. So any objection to 3.9B?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
3.10, rules for deliberation. That's legally accurate. Cautionary instruction. Single defendant, multiple counts. They took out the information part, which I ordered, and the plural on documents. It's legally accurate now from my perspective. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, we have the verdict instruction and the verdict form. It has the defendant's name, case number. Count 1 has A, guilty as charged. B, murder in the second degree, a lesser included. C, manslaughter, lesser included. D, not guilty. Again, guilty, not guilty are not italicized, not capitalized. There's nothing drawing any attention to any one of these options. They're perfectly aligned. Count 2, the same applies for count 2. Count 3, same thing. Guilty, not italicized. Nothing's in any way uniquely or highlighted in any way. We have no lessers. Both sides agreed as to count 3, the fleeing to elude. We have the month and place for the foreperson to date and sign it. Lastly, submitting case to jury, we discussed as legally accurate. Any objection to the instructions as they currently are?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think they're legally accurate, comprehensive, and appropriate in this case. So I'm going to make copies for all the jurors. Are you folks able to make your own copies for the
Yes, Your
evening
Honor.
so you can prepare?
Absolutely.
All right, I'll have a copy on your desk in the morning, just so you have exactly the same copy from my stack, but you have a working copy so you can prepare this evening. All right, Mr. Gilman, any renewed motions for judgment of acquittal now that the defense has put on a witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll deny the renewed motion for, if there was one, I'll find that there is sufficient evidence for the jury to find the defendant guilty as charged based on the evidence presented and even in light of the defendant now taking the stand. Folks, have a nice evening. If you can just be ready to start up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? All right, have a good night.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, y'all know we do got our trial in Nevada that we need to get back over to. But I know that this was emotional for a lot of people. I know that sometimes typing it in the chat, we can't get there fast enough. Somebody's thought. So y'all let me know. I will drop the link for anybody that want to come up here and discuss and express their feelings, their emotions. I mean, we can cry together. We can do whatever you want to do together. I can tell you my standpoint on it. I don't want to feel like I'm the only person that can have a voice up here. So I'm always willing to drop the link and let you guys come up. I will say, Brooklyn said I need an appointment with my therapist. I don't know. So I feel all types. I feel a couple different ways, okay? And I understand where everybody is coming from in different ways. I can see all sides of the coin. And y'all know I am typically the one that I am always giving the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, you're not guilty, you're not guilty, you're not guilty, you're not guilty, you're not guilty. Until everything has to prove you to be guilty. I think that the prosecutor, I think she did exactly, she wanted him to be the way he was up there. All right. And the way she did that was she knew how defiant he was going to be. She knew that he was going to react that way. And that was important for the jury to see, because remember, she is trying to get him convicted for unaliving 2 people. Let's not forget about that. And yeah, maybe it'll go up on appeal. Maybe, maybe he should have had an insanity defense. Like maybe he should have went for that defense, just like Bianca went for the defense, and maybe they could have got that off more, but they didn't do that. So thank you, Drunky. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that was some tough cross-examination. I think she was digging her nails into him. She wanted to make him out to be who he was, and that's why at least what she wanted to portray to the jury, and that's why the defense attorney he was like, I don't have no more questions. He wasn't going to even try to open that door back up for any more redirect. He was so happy when the prosecution stopped, he didn't know what to do. I do believe he has a story to tell, right? We can all agree that he does have a story to tell, and I'm mad that his defense attorney didn't allow him to, tell more of his stories. I done seen people get up there and tell when they was 2 years old how things happen. I don't know why the defense attorney didn't ask him more specific questions in regards to that, but that, I guess that was what he decided to do. I don't know. Yeah, he reminded me of like y'all know my little movie that I really like when they be getting like this, the one with Marty. I can't remember the name of it right this second. Y'all know my movie that I like with Marty that we all watched when we was watching that one trial. I can't remember. Primal Fear. That's what the defense, the defense attorney wanted her to he knew the prosecutor was going to come for him. And that way he was able to bring out his alter ego and he jumped across the thing and went to go to attack her. I almost thought this is what this guy was gonna do. I thought he was gonna jump across the thing and come after her. Especially when she came in hot on the mic, like, look at me. Yeah, I thought he was gonna come after her. I thought he was gonna jump right over the thing, like he was gonna go for the gusto and show him what he really liked. I was sitting up here like, oh, he go do it. He go do it. Oh, let her push one more bullet. But let her push one more button. He coming across there. Yeah. You said you was nervous, Jason. I was like, oh, he gonna come across there. He gonna get her. She better shut up because she don't know what she talking about. And he keep trying to tell her she don't know what she talking about. And I'm just sitting up here like, would you just answer the question? Like, these is not rocket science questions. Like, if anything, it appears that his attorney did not prep him correctly and let him know, look, I'll ask you these certain questions, but the attorney didn't really ask no questions of him in regards to that. And I guess because maybe he might have thought that he was going to jump down his throat. He might have been scared. Who knows? The button. Okay, Rachel. Have a good one. Yeah, we'll be here at 9 o'clock. Okay, so what we gonna do is I'm gonna drop the link so we can head over here to Nevada. Rachel gonna speak with us tomorrow. We'll get that in before the sentencing part starts, so that'll be awesome, right? I mean, not before the sentencing. It's probably before the verdict, because I don't know when they're gonna have the sentencing, if he gonna sentence him at the same time or not. Okay, here is the link for the other room. All you got to do is click on the link and it will take you directly over there. And then we're going to head on over here to Nevada. What do you think about that? Nevada. They'll probably be going on break, knowing them. But we'll have TiVo time over there, so we should be good. Let's see who made it first. Yeah, he definitely got some stuff going on with him. I don't even know what to say for that. It's very, very concerning. Okay, I see people are making their way over there. We looking like we're doing some good. We're gonna go into this this trial that I don't know. Like, I don't know what else they gotta say, but whatever. We gonna listen to it. We already invested in it. All right, guys, I will see you over there. Let me paste it again. And we'll be back in here at 9 o'clock for closing arguments. Peace.